Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of what if Deku wasn't Class A's main target? Shinsou 2A transfer. If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Shinsou Hitoshi stood outside the door marked 2A. The class for the hero course. The best class for the hero course. His class. When Dad had told him that he would be transferring at the beginning of the new school year, Hitoshi hadn't believed it. It took a few hours for it to sink in. And when it did, Hitoshi absolutely did not spend the night staring at the stars and thanking them all for finally granting his wish. And he absolutely did not spend a while with his face buried in his cat's fur. And he definitely hadn't cried. And if Thor's fur was slightly damp once he'd let her go, that had nothing to do with him. But now, here he was. At these doors. It was actually happening. He was going to be a hero. Finally. That's why he wasn't here to make friends. Those were just distractions. Well, not like he would know, he hadn't actually had friends before. But still, people took up time. Time he could be using to become a better hero. And it's not like these guys would want him as a friend anyway, he was taking someone's place. They would hate him for that. And also, his quirk wasn't exactly heroic anyway, to put it lightly, which was just another reason they'd hate him. He didn't mind. Really. It was fine. He didn't want them to like him. He didn't need friends anywhere. Excuse me. Shinsou nearly jumped at the loud voice. He turned to see someone storming at him with arms chopping at his side. When the guy stopped by him, his face was so intense it almost made Hitoshi's eyes widen. The bell will ring shortly, please return to your class at once. Hitoshi blinked slowly, I'm waiting for Mr. Aizawa. He drawled. Oh. The boy snapped his arms to his sides, I apologize for my misinformation. Hitoshi blinked again. What was with the shouting? But still, loitering in the hallway is unfitting of a UA student. Please, wait for Mr. Aizawa inside. Before he could even answer, Hitoshi had a stiff hand on his back as Ida Tenya's other hand shoved the door open. He was attacked by a great barrage of noise. Everyone please. Settle down immediately, homeroom starts in only 5 minutes. Ida calm down. Relaxation. Chill out. Stop screaming. The class groaned and Hitoshi himself was understandably startled at Todoroki Shouto casualty quoting a vine. Todoroki, sighed Uraraka Okako, we appreciate your effort in learning how to meme, but it doesn't work if you talk like you're in a coma. The boy in question blinked, I sound like I'm in a coma? No you don't, ignore her, she's just mean. You're doing great, Shouto. Midoriya Izuku sent a glare at Uraraka. A glare that honestly just made him look like he was pouting. Todoroki nodded, I have seen and reviewed every meme, vine, and TikTok. I am very socially conscious now. The fact that he said that while sounding like he was in a coma made Hitoshi think that maybe he was not. Hey, it's the brainwashing guy. Ashido Mina pointed at him, what you doing here? Hitoshi internally sighed. He was waiting for that. Oh yeah. Kaminari Denki perked up, yo, here's the guy who almost creamed Midoriya at the sports festival last year. He laughed, that was so hot. Creamed? Midoriya frowned. Dude, don't talk like that, he's a baby. Zero Hunter hissed at him. I'm not a baby, I'm 16, Midoriya pouted glared. Jiru Kyuka scoffed, well, you don't know what creamed means so. I'm gonna tell him, ribbit, smiled Asuitsuyu. Do not. Ida chopped his arm at her. Is it something bad? Todoroki frowned, and then looked up at Shinsou, did you do something bad to Midoriya? The rest of the class sniggered and groaned in varying degrees, and Yorozu patted Todoroki's arm, it's okay, you're still learning. You know, I wouldn't really mind if he could cream me. Shinsou's eyes snapped to Kaminari, who was looking at him with a wicked grin and no shame at all. Oh my god, Denki, no. Ojiro sighed in front of him, we've talked about this. Kaminari winced, was that too much? A little bit, yeah, nodded Hagakure. Kaminari turned back to Shinsou. Sorry about that, bro. I accidentally flirt too hard sometimes when someone's really hot. Shinsou just blinked. If I say something you don't like, just tell me to shut up, K? Bakugo told me to F off so I don't talk about how hot his but looks in jeans anymore. F off, Sparky, yelled Bakugo Katsuki, who was definitely not blushing. See? Kaminari grinned with a wink, works like a charm. So if you want me to stop calling you hot, just let me know. Shinsou still didn't really know what the hell was going on right now. Dude, have you ever heard of subtlety? Sighed Zero. What? He's hot. Kaminari shrugged. Just because you're too cowardly to admit it doesn't mean I have to keep it to myself. Kaminari, you. Mineta all but gagged. What? I'm being nice. You're being gay, he frowned. I'm being nice and gay, sue me. Shinsou would probably be blushing if he had enough blood in his body, but he really did not, so he just stayed leaning against the wall in silence. Mineta shuddered. Ugh, stop. It's bad enough Bakugo and Kirishima are homos, not you too. Oh, shut your effing mouth, you demon piece of shit, you're the only straight person in this class. Bakugo yelled back at the grape. The class spoke up in agreement, but Shinsou saw Ida lean back to Uraraka. I want to mention that he's actually not the only straight person in this class, he whispered, but I feel like that would be taking away from his point. Yes it would, Ida, so shut up. Uraraka whispered back. Okay. Ida nodded stiffly. Actually, I'm straight too, came a voice from the front. All eyes turned to stare at Yuga and his sparkly eyes. The class was silent for a few moments, before Emma burst out laughing. He threw his head back. Your faces, he giggled. We all know that I'm a flaming homosexual, Sherry. The tension lifted as everyone laughed with him. Well, except Mineta. I'm not the only straight person, he insisted. How can any of you be gay? The girls in this class are so hot. Yes, they are, grinned Asu. You're all so hot, Ribbit. The girls grinned and simpered their thanks at her. You're the cutest person I've ever known, Zu. Hagakyu threw her hands up, and Tsuyu almost shrunk into her shirt. Guys, come on. Mineta spoke up again. I mean, have you seen Yorozu in her hero costume? She's so itch. He suddenly had an earphone jack in his eye, and an angry Jiru glaring at him. When will you ever know when to stop? She spat. And you know, just because Bakugo and Eijuru are the only official couple in here doesn't mean they're the only gay people, shrugged Seitu. Yeah, half and half is so obviously gay, Bakugo snickered. I feel like you're trying to insult me, but it won't work, because that is completely accurate. Todoroki, no. Mineta screamed in horror. It's not fair. Why are the hottest ones gay? Ashido almost sobbed. I don't think my fire has anything to do with it. At that Uraraka slammed her head to the table, and even Midoriya shook his head as he flushed. That's not what she means, Shouto. Todoroki frowned. What does she mean? Midoriya was trying his best not to blush. And it wasn't working, she means. Like your appearance. Like you are a very good looking person. He ended with a squeak and turned to face his hands. Todoroki's eyes widened in the most emotion Shinsou had ever seen from him. You think I'm good looking? Midoriya looked like he wanted to cry. Well, he squeaked, well, I guess. In terms of you know, objectively speaking. Your face is quite dash. You're absolutely gorgeous, Todoroki. Kirishima spoke up, taking pity on Midoriya. The only one who doesn't know that is you. What the F, shitty hair? Bakugo yelled. You know I love you the most, babe. Kirishima assured him, I was just stating the obvious. You know, you'd be pretty too if you didn't keep doing that thing with your face, shrugged Uraraka. What the F is that supposed to mean? You know, when you go all rage and look like you're trying to sheet out a brick, blinked Kaminari. Bakugo was up in seconds, pouncing at him while Midoriya tried his best to hold him back. Kaken, stop, it's the first day, he cried. Shinsou was using his entire will to try not to smile. This was Class 2A? This was the class that defeated villains that even pro-heroes were stumped by? This was the class that the entire school was afraid of? These people were absolutely ridiculous. How the hell was this real? How are you all okay with this? Mineta stood on his chair. I don't wanna be in a class full of effing freaks. The silence that fell was almost haunting. Even Shinsou glared. Freaks! Yorozu was the first to speak up, and the smile on her face was a warning. What do you mean by that, Mineta? It's just not natural. He all but stomped his foot. Come on guys, what the hell? Sit down before you say something you'll regret. Ida stood up with a frown. Now, Mineta. Ida, come on. You're straight too, right? Whether or not I'm straight has nothing to do with it. Ida glared at him. Not that that is any of your business, Mineta. Are you seriously telling me that you're one of them? Mineta all but shrieked. I should have known. That's why you keep stopping me from looking into the girls' bathroom. Jesus Christ, that's not him being gay, that's him being a decent human being, you freaking pervert. Zero shook his head in disgust. Does he actually try to do that? Uraraka shuddered. Constantly. Ida held his head in his hands. It is most unsettling. Are you actually surprised, Ribbit? I guess I was just hoping he was better than that, she sighed sadly. Well, I should talk to Mr. Aizawa. Mineta glared. I don't think Ahmo should be class president this year. The collective groan of the class was almost scarily in sync. Tenya isn't even gay. Shuji spoke up. Not that it should even matter. Mineta, what the hell is wrong with you? Well, it's not like you can stop me anyway, he huffed. I fit through the vents, you know. I can look whenever I want. Dude, what the F dash? Shinsou was more surprised than anyone when he heard himself speak. But honestly, was this guy for real? Mineta's pouty glare turned to him. Oh, you stay out of it. You're not even in the hero course, you don't matter. You think a perverted freak like you matters more than him just because you're, somehow, in the hero course. Jiru scoffed. You see? This is why the League of Villains hate heroes. Hagekyu whined. Because of people like you, Mineta. We're above people like him, and you all know it. Mineta insisted. Shinsou rolled his eyes. The way his dad talked about this class made him think maybe they weren't the entitled heroes he assumed them to be, but hey. Guess Dad was wrong. His groan must have been louder than he'd thought, because at the back of the class, Yorozu stood up. Please don't listen to him. His opinions in no way reflect those of the rest of the class. A little taken aback, Shinsou hoped they couldn't tell how surprised he was when the rest of the class murmured their agreements. Unfortunately, now that Yorozu was standing, her chest was at Mineta's eye level, and almost no one noticed when his hand reached out towards it. Todoroki was the one to shoot his hand out, encasing Mineta's whole arm in ice. The class's eyes snapped back to attention, and Momo gasped, stumbling back when she noticed what he had been about to do. You're despicable, Todoroki said simply, his eyes dangerously narrowed. You little sheet, what the actual F is wrong with you? Jiru was furious, the rest of the class shouting their protests too. They were right in front of me, what did you expect me to do? He all but shrieked. We expect you to act like a decent human being. Ida roared. Is that really too much to ask? You're on thin effing ice, you effing PSS stain. Bakugu's growl was dangerously quiet. This isn't fair. Mineta whined. No one gets on Kaminari for flirting. Kaminari shrunk back a bit at the comparison, but Ashido leapt up in defense. What you're doing isn't flirting, it's harassment, you freak, she yelled. Plus at least we know he's joking. Kirishima snapped. And he knows when to stop. Ojiro glared. You're told to stop 3 times a day and never freaking listen. And he never tried to grope anyone, for God's sake. Mineta sniffed as he tried to rub at the ice on his arm. You guys treat me so unfairly, he whimpered. I'm just acting like any warm-blooded man and you're treating me like a villain. Well, at this point, you might as well be, muttered Tokoyami. Tokoyami, no. How could you call me a villain when he's here? He pointed his non-iced arm at Shinsou. His quirk is brainwashing. He was basically born to be a villain. Ah. And there it was. Shinsou tried to ignore the way his stomach dropped as Mineta said the thing that had followed him his whole life. It's scared to hear, but it wasn't surprising. What was surprising though, was when someone spoke up again. Mondo, I keep thinking you can't get any worse. Amar shook his head at the boy at the back of the class. So you're a shitty person through and through, but he's a villain because he has a brainwashing quirk. Kaminari shook his head, smile gone for once as he just looked at Mineta in disappointment. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Hitoshi blinked quite rapidly at the defense. This was new. It's true. Mineta all but stomped his foot. Even his own class says so. No one talks to him because they know he'll make them do things. He's a villain. That's not true. Midoriya slammed his hand on the desk. Shut up, Mineta. He did it to Ojiro last year. It was a competition, you idiot. Ojiro rolled his eyes. We were supposed to use our quirks, that was the whole point. Yeah, Mineta. Can't you just shut up for once? You just keep digging your own grave deeper and deeper. Kaminari, you're just defending him cause you wanna keep flirting with him, Mineta huffed. Again, that's not the gay talking. That's just being a decent effing person. Kaminari exclaimed. He then turned to Shinsou. I hope you don't think I'm anything like him, he all but begged. I will stop flirting with you, I swear. Nah, keep going, it's great, Shinsou heard himself say. He almost wanted to take it back, but Kaminari's grin was radiant. You got it, baby, he winked as he shot him with finger guns. Shinsou, possessed by God knows what, returned Kaminari's wink. He wondered what in the hell had gotten into him. Ooh. So now, this Shinsou guy is a villain and a FGOT. Mineta gagged. The class gasped. Mineta was terrible, yes, but they didn't expect even him to just drop the F-bomb like that. Bakugo was starting to pounce, and this time Midoriya didn't make a move to hold him back. You little effing dash. That's enough. The class froze at the deep, deadly voice, and all eyes turned slowly to the door. Mr. Aizawa stood in the entryway, eyes flaming red and hair floating above his head. His very presence was like a sobering blanket, and everyone was suddenly sitting down and looking to the front. Shinsou didn't even know when they'd all gotten to their feet. Mr. Aizawa Ida started, but their teacher shook his head at the class president as his hair fell down to his shoulder. No need to explain, Ida, I heard enough. The boy bowed and sat down heavily. Sir, they were all ganging up on me. Mineta complained, and look what Todoroki did to me. He held up his still-iced arm. Midoriya shot his hand up, but sensei, he did that because dash. Like I said. I heard enough. There were blinks all around. How long have you been listening, sir? Asked Momo, being the first to realize. I've been standing outside for quite a while, Yozu, he said wearily, a hint of anger in his voice that could only be detected by those who knew him well. But sensei, Asui held a finger to her chin, if you heard everything then why didn't you dash? That's because I asked him not to intervene. The voice came from Aizawa, but it definitely was not Aizawa. The class's eyes widened when his scarf started shuffling around, and then a mousy face popped out of their teacher's capture weapon. Principal Nedzu, the class exclaimed. Yes, hello children, he smiled as he jumped off Aizawa's shoulder. Aizawa looked down at his boss. Well, he asked, was that enough for you? Oh yes, definitely, the principal nodded. I already believed you, Aizawa. I just wanted to see the situation for myself. Your request is granted. Aizawa let out one of his terrifying grins, shocking the class. He looked up with haunting eyes. Mineta Minoru. Please follow the principal to his office. And take any belongings you have with you, if you please. The class fell into a hushed silence, and Mineta gaped. WH. Now. Mineta. Even Mineta wasn't stupid enough to disobey Mr. Aizawa, so he hopped off his chair, taking his bag with him as he trailed out after Principal Nedzu. At the door, he looked up, but Mr. Aizawa dash. This time, he was stopped with just a look. He squeaked, but my arm dash. It will melt, the teacher deadpanned, goodbye Mineta. Finally, with another whimper, the little grape shuffled out the door. The class stared at the door in silence. Mr. Aizawa just walked over to his desk and jerked his head at the boy who was still by the door. Shinsou, go take Mineta's old seat. Ida, start roll call. Homeroom started 5 minutes ago. Everyone take out your notebooks. Shinsou's feet were heavy as he made his way to the desk behind Midoriya and in front of Yorozu. He was very aware that everyone was staring at him. By the time he sat down, no one had made a move. Aizawa frowned. Books. Out. Did no one hear me? S. Sensei. Momo was the only one brave enough to talk right now. Sir, is Mineta dash? Mineta is no longer a part of this class. I don't see any more reason to even mention him. The gasps were loud as heads snapped around the room, all the students staring at each other, and staring at Shinsou. Mostly at Shinsou. He had to fight not to sink into his seat. Is this real? He's gone. Ashido was the first to speak up. He's gone? Sir, are you serious? Hagekyu squeaked. If you're joking, it's not funny. When have you ever known me to joke, Hagekyu? Uraraka's shaking hands went over her mouth. Oh my god. The PSS baby's actually gone? Jiru's eyes were alarmingly wide. Shinsou inwardly sighed. Sure, it didn't seem like Mineta was very well liked in this class. And yeah, from the 5 minutes he'd known him, the dude seemed like a terrible person. But still, Class A had been through a lot together. He guessed he understood that they were sad to see him go. They'd probably resent Shinsou for it, but he'd been prepared for that. He expected them to be disappointed to see anyone in their class get. A sudden cheer suddenly ripped Shinsou from his thoughts, and his eyes widened as every single person in 2A jumped from their seats with unbridled joy. Well then. Guess he expected wrong. High fives and hugs went all around, and Shinsou even felt a few shoulder slaps on himself. Kaminari's arm squeezed him from behind for just a moment before the electricity hero was swept up in someone else's hug. Yorozu was nearly sobbing while Jiru hugged her and Todoroki frowned at her in concern, asking if she was sick. The scene carried on for a full minute before Aizawa bothered telling them to settle down. But the tiny, almost undetectable smile on his face told them all that he really didn't blame them. Ida finally managed to fetch the new register from the front. When he got to M, and there was no call of Mineta Minoru. Shinsou heard Momo sob happily behind him. And when he called out, Shinsou, Hitoshi, Shinsou had to fight his own small sniff. Midoriya turned around and beamed at him when he answered to his name. Kaminari turned to give him a thumbs up, and the class in general seemed ecstatic at the name changes. A far cry from the angry resentment Shinsou had been expecting. Not that it mattered to him at all. This didn't change anything. Sure, Class 2A wasn't terrible at all, actually. Tai actually seemed quite nice. But that didn't make them friends. That didn't mean they actually liked him. They were glad to get rid of the perverted homophone, cause who wouldn't be, really. But still, Shinsou was the new guy. The outsider. He knew that. He had been preparing for it, and he was ready for it. He schooled his face back into its usual tired indifference, ready to finally start his journey to be a great hero. Alone. Now if only these people would just let him. The first lesson of the day, surprisingly, was practical hero training. Which was a surprise. They usually left this for the last lesson, to make room for everyone to recover from any possible injuries they received during training. They understood the change once they were all standing in front of Mr. Aizawa in their PE clothes. Shinsou, for some reason, had been told to stand next to the teacher instead of the rest of the class. All right. I didn't ask you to get your hero costumes because today you will all be fighting Shinsou. The whole class raised their eyebrows. Shinsou tried his hardest not to scream inside though. Because, what the F dash? Sir. That doesn't seem very fair, Momo spoke up. Yes, I know. Aizawa nodded. Also, none of you are allowed to use your quirks. Except him, obviously. Why? Bakugu shouted. I wanna beat him fair and square. Aizawa was not fazed. You all know how Shinsou's quirk works. Once you respond to him, he can make you do anything. That is all. Is that too hard for you? The class frowned. Was that a trick question? It seemed relatively obvious. How could they possibly fail at this? As Aizawa nodded and made to sit down, Shinsou stopped him, speaking quietly, I think you're overestimating my power here. Cause yes, it was quite simple, so how could they possibly fail? Aizawa just scoffed, I think you're underestimating their stupidity. He kept walking, going to sit on the benches. Shinsou looked to the class. All standing in a line. Well, shit. Dad hadn't been kidding when he said he wouldn't hesitate to throw him right into the deep end, here. Well, come on then, effing eye bags. Bakugu was the first to step forward, obviously. Show us all what the F you're made of. You can't do a diamond thing here. Shinsou's eyes narrowed. All right then. If that's how he wanted to be. Baku, are you so angry all the time because you know you'll probably end up only being the number 2 hero? You know, because Midoriya is so obviously better than you in every way that matters. The class gasped, Midoriya hid behind Asui, and Bakugu exploded, what the F you effing piece of dash. Go sit down by the wall. Bakugu went limp. He turned around and went to the wall, sitting down immediately. Shinsou smiled. Okay. This might be fun. Class 2A stared at him with wide eyes, and with fighting stances. Okay, now they were on alert. Shinsou looked around. And his eyes locked with Ida's. The boy in question glared. I will have you know, I have been training all my life to be aware against mental quirks such as yours. You will not defeat me. Shinsou went through his memory. He didn't know much about this class personally, except for all the ranting Aizawa would do at home when he thought he was being quiet. He'd heard enough to know that Ida Tenya was intense, determined, and all but worshipped his older brother. Shinsou nodded, yes, Ida, you're right. You've worked so hard. And that's why I know that you're already a much better ingenium than your brother. Ida spluttered, scandalized, how? Dare you? He chopped his arms fiercely at Shinsou, my brother was the best hero to ever dash. Go sit down by the wall. Ida did as he was told. And now the class looked scared. And Shinsou smiled. This was fun. His eyes scanned the class, finally looking on the one guy who was grinning like nothing was wrong. Kaminari noticed immediately. Oh no way bro, you're not getting me. My lips are zipped. Shinsou narrowed his eyes. He remembered all those nights when Aizawa would be grading tests, and always seemed on the verge of tears when Kaminari's came up. And when Yamada read his essays, and had to take walks to calm himself down in between paragraphs. He wondered if they were just being dramatic. Kaminari, what do call a pig that knows karate? Oh, that's easy. Pork sushdush. Go sit down by the wall. Guess they weren't. Denki, come on. Kirishima slapped a hand to his face as his friend walked away. I thought he would last longer, Shinsou shrugged at him. Yeah bro, me OF dash. He slapped his hands to his mouth. And then he was gone too. Shinsou's grin was sadistic. After that, it was almost too easy. One by one, Class 2A fell to his power and lined the far wall. After 5 minutes, there were only 3 students in front of him. Kuda, because he didn't talk anyway, Ojiro, because he had actually learned his lesson at the sports festival, and Zero, who had literally taped his mouth shut. Aizawa walked towards them and stood next to Shinsou. The ones at the wall looked at him in varying degrees of shame and disbelief. The teacher sighed, all you had to do was not talk. He shook his head at them, that's all you had to do. Technically it wasn't a competition, so I didn't lose, mumbled Bakugu. Aizawa just shook his head and sighed again. He turned back to his sleeping bag. For some reason, I expected you people to last longer than 10 minutes, so I didn't plan for anything else today. So do whatever, I don't care. He went back to his corner, and took out some work, at least knowing that sleeping in the training center was frowned upon. The class immediately burst into conversation, most complaining about how easily they had been beaten. Ida tried to get everyone's attention, telling them that they should be grateful for this free time and used it to further train, seeing as they were clearly unprepared. One really paid attention to him, all basically breaking into groups and chattering away. Shinsou wasn't smiling anymore. These guys seemed nice, but now that he had actually brainwashed them, they were probably gonna be reluctant to talk to him again. It's not like he blamed them. It was fine. He didn't mind, really. He made to go back to the locker room when a voice stopped him. "Hey Shinsou," he heard behind him, "good effing job humiliating us all in front of Mr. Aizawa." Shinsou sighed, turning around, ready for the inevitable hostility. He had to say, was surprised when he saw the speaker was Ashido, marching up to him. With the brightest grin on her face. "How the hell did you do that? That was insane." Shinsou frowned when he realized that the girl wasn't being sarcastic. Or mean in any way. She was sincerely complimenting him. "What the fuck? Yeah man, DMN." Zero joined his friend, "That was a trip." More people around the training field gathered around, nodding and murmuring their agreements. Shinsou's frown deepened. What the actual F? Like Mr. Aizawa said, Ojiro sighed, "All you have to do is not talk. You guys just need to be more alert." "Oh shut up, you're just saying that because he already used his quirk on you," Hagakure glared. "Yeah," grinned Kaminari, "he made you quit the tournament like a little beach baby. It was a matter of fairness and honor." Ojiro all but stomped his foot. "I dropped out because of integrity." "Dropped out like a little beach baby," muttered Kaminari with a little smirk. Ojiro glared at the blonde. "Keep talking Denki, see if I ever let you ride on my tail again." Kaminari's face fell. "Wait no Mashirao, I'm sorry, please." He clung to the martial arts hero, pleading his case and apologizing. Kirishima grabbed his attention away from the two, pushing the front of the crowd around Shinsou. "I have a question," he yelled. Shinsou blinked a few times. "Okay. Can you make people do anything? Like, say I couldn't do a backflip by myself. If you brainwashed me into doing it, would I be able to? Or would I just try and fail like always?" Shinsou blinked at the wide-eyed boy. He had never really been asked questions about his quirk before, so he didn't really know what he was supposed to say. Or how he was supposed to act. He started, I don't know. I've never tried anything like that. Could you try on me?" Kirishima beamed, "Please. I've always wanted to do a backflip but I just can't. But maybe if you make me do it, it could work." It took a few moments for Shinsou to understand exactly what the red-headed boy was saying. And then another few to process. You're asking me to brainwash you into doing a backflip?" "Yes please," he grinned, trying to bat his eyelashes. Shinsou blinked a few more times, his frown deepening with every second. You want me to brainwash you?" Kirishima shrugged. "I mean, if you don't mind." Shinsou was perplexed. He had spent his whole life with people either making sure he didn't brainwash them, or with him staying silent enough to make people trust that he wouldn't brainwash them. And now this guy. This random guy he had only properly met today, was asking him to brainwash him? With all his friends and classmates standing by and encouraging him? What the actual F dash? It's then that Shinsou noticed that he had kept silent for too long, and Kirishima's face was starting to drop. "Well I mean," he cleared his throat, "I don't know what would happen. I've never really tried to make anyone do anything. Well, besides at the sports festival. I don't know how that would turn out. I don't mind being an experiment." Kirishima's grin returned. "Zero could stand close so I don't break my neck. Just in case. Come on, please." Shinsou was still quite confused. Something must have been very wrong with these people. But if he insisted. "All right." Kirishima let out an excited whoop. "Okay great." He stretched his arms, and Zero stood close by, with his arms out. Shinsou really wanted to just go back to the locker rooms, but he found that he would feel really bad letting this happy little guy down. "Alright, you ready?" "Yaidash. Do a backflip." Without hesitation, Kirishima leapt into the air, flying backwards, twisting over, and landed back on his feet. Shinsou released him, and the boy blinked a few times before letting out a whoop. "Holy shit, I did it." "You didn't do shitty hair." Bakugu scoffed while rolling his eyes. Kirishima ignored him. "Shinsou, can you do that again?" He held out his phone. "Quick, someone take a video." He put himself in position again as Juru took the phone. She nodded at Shinsou, and the purple-haired boy, again in a daze, looked to Kirishima. "You ready?" Totally ready. Do a backflip. Again, Kirishima did as he was told. Got it, nodded Jiru, and Shinsou released him. Kirishima punched the air. Thanks Shinsou. I'm gonna send this to my sister. She never thought I could do a backflip and this will effing prove her wrong. Well, technically, you can't do a backflip, Asui spoke up, you were forced to do it, so it doesn't count as if you achieved anything. And technically, nobody asked you, Zoo. The frog girl just smirked, ribbit. Kirishima pulled out his phone. Take that, Mora, he grinned at the screen. Shinsou looked at him with narrowed eyes, still trying to figure out what the hell had just happened. He didn't have too much time to ponder it as someone else called for his attention. What if you told me to recite the American Declaration of Independence? Asked Shuji, seeing as I suck at English, and also do not know the Declaration of Independence, would I still do it? Shinsou blinked. I don't dash. Do you think that if you forced any to do my homework I would do it? Asked Hagakure, 'cause I have the hardest time getting myself to do homework. What if you told me to go to sleep? Would you have to hold the brainwashing the whole time or would I stay sleeping even after you released? Tokoyami joined in. Ooh. What if dash? Guys stop. Ida raised his arms to the class. You cannot just ask Shinsou to brainwash you into doing things you won't do for yourselves. That is an unacceptable abuse of his quirk. I make about 10 new pens daily, blinked Yorozu, at least. Yeah. And you people use me as a phone charger all the time. Kaminari crossed his arms. And I always have to hold the couch up when we vacuum, Midoriya added. I am constantly reheating or icing your drinks, said Todoroki. Yeah, sorry Shinsou. Kaminari threw an arm over Shinsou's shoulder. Here in Class A, your quirk is no longer your own. You're gonna have to make us do a ton of stuff now. Shinsou was trying to catch up with all the chatter and all the questions and the fact that Kaminari was practically on top of him. Considering he spent most of his time alone with quiet, this was all slightly, extremely overwhelming. And confusing. Why were they all talking to him? Did they forget that he had just brainwashed them? Like, it had just been a minute ago. And why the hell were they talking like they wanted him to do it more? What the hell was going on? And why was Kaminari still practically draped over his shoulder? He had that effing grin on his face that made it so very hard for Shinsou to look at him directly. Jesus Christ, was this guy the literal sun? Why was he so bright? Hey Shinsou. Immediately there was a head of green in front of him, a huge grin on his face, and eyes so wide it was almost scary. Shinsou, do you know your quirk limits? How long can you hold it for? Can you brainwash more than one person at a time? What about animals? Can you brainwash animals? What if you brainwashed Kuda and made him talk to some animals? Do you think you could control the animals through him? What about over the phone? Does it work over the phone? Is it just a voice thing or do you think you'd need to use eye contact as well? 'Cause it would be so useful in hostage situations in the future if you could use it through the phone as well. Oh, what if you dash? Geez Izuku, let the man breath. Kaminari laughed, finally letting go of Shinsou and shoving at Midoriya's shoulder. Midoriya, who had gotten so far into Shinsou's personal space he had subconsciously began to back away, leapt back with a bright blush. Sorry. I get so excited with new quirks, and yours is just so cool. I wanted to talk to you after the sports festival but I just never saw you around. And then, well, a lot of stuff happened last year, and it just slipped my mind. Shinsou just blinked. Midoriya was still looking at him with bright eyes. Kaminari, although not draped over his shoulder anymore, was still really, really close. Most of the class had drifted off, but those nearby were just looking at him, just waiting for him to answer those questions. He blinked. I don't know. God, had he spent so long trying to be quiet that he'd forgotten how to have an actual conversation with a person? You know what? Yeah, that sounded about right. What the F you mean, you don't know? Bakugu scoffed from the back. He still seemed bitter about losing. Do you not use your own effing quirk? No, actually. Never, if he could help it. Oh, can I train with you? Midoriya jumped up again. You can practice on me and we can see what you can do. Oh, that's gonna be so great. I love mine quirks so much I'll probably need a whole new notebook for you. I should actually write all those questions down. I don't wanna forget a guy dash. Here I have this if you want. Todoroki was suddenly standing behind Midoriya, pulling a small notebook and pen out his pocket. There's a new quirk in class, I had a feeling you would want to write stuff down. Midoriya beamed, oh sure thank you do much I love you. He grinned a blinding grin at his friend, before taking the notebook and turning back to Shinsou. If he hadn't turned around so quickly, he would have seen Todoroki's eyes widen almost comically. And then, to Shinsou's utter shock, the dual-haired boy promptly burst into flames. A few people leapt away from the fire, but no one seemed all that surprised. Even Todoroki didn't seem all that fazed. He merely sighed, running his right hand over his left arm, patting down flames as if it was nothing. When the fire was gone, his face was noticeably pink. Whether that was from the fire or from something else though, Shinsou had no way of knowing. And also, the entire left side of his pea shirt was gone. That, Midoriya seemed to notice. The green-haired boy's eyes noticeably widened, and his face went redder than Todoroki's. Again, sighed Uraraka as she came closer, what happened this time? Todoroki brought Midoriya a notebook, snickered Hagakure. And Midoriya was so grateful he told him he loved him, Kaminari said with a sheet-eating grin. Oh my god, Shao, I'm sorry, I don't mean to make you uncomfortable. I don't think that's the problem here, snorted Jiru before being nudged quiet by Yorozu. Todoroki was still looking down, trying to hide his blush. Shinsou knew it was a blush now, and Midoriya was staring, unblinking at his still smoking torso. Did effing half and half set himself on fire again? Bakugo snapped, the laughter evident in his voice. How many times is that now? Asked Dojiro. 7 since we returned to the dorms, Emma sighed, shaking his head. You're hopeless, darling. Todoroki just glared at the blonde, who just giggled back at him. Here you go, Yorozu sighed, resigned, as she pulled a black shirt out of her stomach. Okay, Shinsou knew immediately that he would never get used to seeing that. Todoroki nodded his thanks as he took the shirt and made his way to the locker rooms. Midoriya did not stop staring until he was completely out of sight, and then he promptly let his head fall into his hands, dropping the notebook and letting out a strangled groan. Oh my god, did I really just say that? What's wrong with me? How much time you got? Bakugo muttered before a nudge from his boyfriend shut him up. Midoriya didn't seem to hear that, or he was too busy having a crisis to care. You guys is so perfect and beautiful, what do I do? He all but whimpered. You ask him out like a normal effing person, you effing coward. Kaken, keep your voice down, he begged. Tisich, if he doesn't already know he's more stupid that you are. Well, he must be plenty stupid then because he doesn't know, ribbit, said Asui. There's not a brain cell between them when it comes to this stuff. Seitu looked at the flustered Midoriya sadly. Shinsou watched the scene with narrowed eyes. God, this was sad to watch. At the laugh next to him, he realized that he had spoken out loud. He had spoken out loud, and Kaminari wasn't edging away in fear, he was just laughing. No, seriously, what the actual F was going on with these people? They weren't scared at all? Oh, you ain't seen nothing yet, said Kaminari, low enough for only him to hear. With those two, they're either tiptoeing around each other like the awkward versions they are, or they're practically on top of each other on one armchair during movie night. It's kinda hilarious and really kinda sad how oblivious they are. Shinsou couldn't help but frown. He watched Midoriya, crouched on the floor, muttering to himself and scribbling in the notebook, while his eyes kept flashing to the door Todoroki had disappeared behind. Yeah, they reek of awkwardness. Shinsou didn't know who he was to talk when it came to awkwardness. Kaminari had a hand on his shoulder and he didn't know how he was supposed to react. Plus he kept grinning at him with that freaking smile that was too bright to look directly at. So he kept his own hands in his pockets and stayed as still as he could and looked at the top of the boy's head. DMN, he had always been pretty awkward, but this was bad, even for him. What the hell? Dude, you're lucky you missed Kirishima and Bakubro at the height of their pining. It involved a lot of explosions and a lot of crying. They were a hot mess, it was hilarious. Come on, Mina's the best at reenacting it. With that, Shinsou once again had an arm around his shoulder, and was being dragged, actually, more like dragged, over to the group of friends at the far wall. Ashido and Hagakure very enthusiastically went into great detail about the hot mess that was Kiribaku. They actually called them that, out loud, in front of them, before an explosive accidental confession at a New Year's party. Shinsou wasn't going to lie, he missed most of the story. He was too busy trying to wrap his head around what was happening. Trying to wrap his head around this whole day. God, this was weird. This was so weird. All his life. All his DMN life he had done everything he could to make sure that no one would have to fear his brainwashing. He had lived with everyone else making DMN sure that he didn't use his quirk. And that meant doing a whole lot of not talking. Preferably, at all. Ever. After what happened in elementary school and most of middle school, he had even tried his hardest to make sure that no one even knew what his quirk was. The sports festival had been the only exception. Before that, not even his class had known what his quirk was. But the festival was different. He had told himself that he couldn't hold back then. It had been his only chance to get into the hero course, and so when he failed at that, he retreated back to his old ways of shutting up and trying to be invisible. He had made the mistake of thinking that after his fight with Midoriya, the classmates who had cheered for him would possibly consider becoming friends with him or something. But that thought had gone away almost immediately. He had a habit of getting his hopes up, and then being gravely disappointed, as that had been proven when school resumed after the festival. Class 1C had been glad that general studies had gotten a smidgen of spotlight, but that didn't mean that they were about to risk letting themselves get brainwashed. So while before, it had been him opting to isolate himself, all of a sudden he was being actively ignored and avoided. If it hadn't been for the fact that he had been recently adopted by perhaps the best people that currently existed on Earth, not like he would ever admit that to them, and had actual conversation with actual people who seemed to actually like him at home, he would have probably spent the rest of the year in silence. And then he was told that he was moving to the hero course. And he had only been here for an hour. And these people, these batshit crazy, unbelievably weird people, were just talking to him? And asking him questions? And pulling him into conversations? And asking about his quirk? And effing requesting to be brainwashed? Like it was normal? He was confused. And he was overwhelmed. He didn't know if they were really nice or really stupid. But he watched as Ashido and Hagakure dramatically pretended to declare their love for one another, and Bakugo tried his hardest to scream them to death, while his boyfriend held him back and grinned at the dramatic reenactment, and Kaminari and Zero cackled on the floor. And Shinsou had to try to fight a smile off his face as he reminded himself over and over again not to get used to this. He knew when something was too good to be true. And Class 2A absolutely reeked of too good to be true. When lunch came around, Shinsou pretended to be busy looking in his bag so no one would notice that he wasn't making his way to the cafeteria. He hated to admit it, but he hadn't really hated this day. This class was a lot. But they were nice. Too nice, actually. After training, they had had a few general classes. They had been mostly uneventful as he wasn't behind on any of these classes at least. Yorozu handed him a pencil she made when she noticed that his had broken. After Shinsou let out a particularly loud, "What the F" during physics, Midoriya had turned around and handed him extremely detailed extra notes he had. Dark shadow roamed the room quite a lot with no one even batting an eye. However, when the shadow spent quite some time curiously staring at Shinsou, Tokoyami berated them until they left Hitoshi alone with a huff. Tokoyami then handed Shinsou a chocolate bar as an apology, not taking no for an answer. So yeah, Class 2A really was very nice. But that didn't mean they were his friends. He was just the new guy, and they were curious. That's all. Some might call him unnecessarily pessimistic, but he just knew better. He had gotten his hopes up far too many times in the past. When he was alone in the room, Shinsou finally stood up and made to go to his regular storage closet until the end of the lunch PRD. Well, he would have if he hadn't ran straight into present MIC. "Hitoshi," the man said, far too loudly, "so glad I caught you in time. You wanna grab lunch with me? I made rice." Hitoshi blinked. "Your rice S's? That is hurtful, kid. But fine, if you want Lunch Rush's gourmet meal instead of my perfectly edible rice, go ahead." Hitoshi rolled his eyes and tried to keep walking. But he was stopped by a hand on his shoulder. Cafeteria's that way, he mentioned. I'm not going to the cafeteria, mumbled Hitoshi. Why not? MIC shouted, your friends are all waiting for you. Hitoshi sighed heavily, how many times do I have to tell you that dash? Okay, but that was before. Class A is dash. We're not friends, Shinsou interrupted. MIC scoffed, oh really? 'Cause I heard that they were all over you at training today. Latching on like cute little leeches. He grinned. Hitoshi still just glared, and MIC sighed, you gotta stop assuming people hate you. It's unhealthy. And also untrue. Hitoshi knew that he was being unnecessarily cold to the loud voice hero, but he knew this was a sore spot. He yanked his arm away from his grip and kept walking. He knew his parents worried about him. They hated that he didn't have friends and had no human interaction outside them and classes. They hated that even after all this time, even at UA, he was still discriminated against because of his quirk. He was well aware that all of last year, they had been asking his other teachers to keep tabs on him. Asking Miss Midnight for updates every day, and she'd always tell them the same thing. He doesn't talk unless called upon, and no one tries to talk to him. He intimidates his classmates before they can even pick up their own opinion of him. It wasn't healthy. He knew this. But it was necessary. President MIC didn't seem to get that, sometimes. Hitoshi dash. Papa, please, he hissed, just drop it. Before MIC could say anything else, heavy footsteps sounded around the corner, and immediately, a running green blur appeared. Oh Shinsou. Midoriya grinned as he stopped near them, Mr. Me, hi. How YA doing little listener? MIC went back to his yelling, am I gonna have to scold you both for roaming the halls during lunch hour? 'Cause that would be super lame and you know I hate being super lame. Midoriya shook his head rapidly, no sensei. I just had to talk to All Might for a second, but I'm on the way to the cafeteria right now. Well that's perfect. MIC all but yelled, take Shinsou with YA. Shinsou blinked, but I'm dash. Writing you up would be uncool, kid. And I'm totally super cool, right Shinsou? Hitoshi just glared wearily. Alright sir, we'll be going. Right now. Midoriya bowed vigorously, before taking Shinsou's elbow and pulling him in the opposite direction of where he had been going. Hitoshi spared his dad another glare as he was dragged away, and President MIC just grinned his stupid grin and gave him his best finger guns. Where were you going Shinsou? Asked Midoriya as they turned another corner and he finally let go of his arm. Did you need to go see a teacher or something? Am I dragging you away from something important? He looked up at him with big worried eyes, and Shinsou cleared his throat. No I dash. Okay good. I'm glad I caught you then. We all wanted to have our first lunch back all together as a class, but then Ida mentioned you might want to hang out with your friends from your old class. We don't want to take up all your time if you have other friends and other things to be doing. So how are all your 2C friends anyway? I'd love to meet them if I could. I'm not forcing you to share your friends or anything, I just wanted to see what they were like. I honestly think maybe our class doesn't branch out enough. When we're all pros we're going to be working with all kinds of people, not just each other, don't you think? So what do say, Shinsou? Shinsou blinked at the boy, trying to process all he'd just dumped on him. About what? Oh, Midoriya flushed as he scratched at his arm. Right? Yeah, sorry. Sometimes I mumble a lot and people find it hard to understand me. Oh no, I understood. I just don't know which question you're referring to. Oh. Midoriya brightened up. Can I meet your Class C friends? Shinsou didn't know how to respond to that. So he just narrowed his eyes. No. Oh, Midoriya's face fell pitifully, and Shinsou immediately felt bad. It's just. They're not my friends, he added. That sounded a lot less pathetic than, I don't have any friends. I'm freak and they hate me. Really? Midoriya looked confused for a second, and then he lit up, so you can have lunch with us then? Well I guess, he muttered. Yay. Midoriya grinned at him. He actually said yay. It's then that they reached the cafeteria doors, and the assault of noise was headache-inducing. Midoriya kept talking the entire time they made their way to the cafeteria line. Talked as they waited in said line. Talked the whole time they picked their lunches. He talked so much he didn't even notice that Hitoshi didn't say a word. Didn't reply to any of his questions. Not that he even could. Shinsou wondered if the kid was even taking breaths between sentences. They finally managed to get their lunches, and it was then that Shinsou realized that in his year of schooling, he had never actually eaten in the cafeteria. How was his life this sad? Midoriya led him to a table near the window, where there sat Ida, Uraraka, Asui, and Todoroki. Todoroki, mouth full of noodles, shifted away from Ida as soon as he saw Midoriya approaching. "Izuku, you can sit here," he said. Midoriya beamed, and made to go next to Todoroki, dragging Shinsou along. "I found Shinsou on the way here," he explained as he all but forced Shinsou between himself and Ida. "Turns out he didn't want to sit with Class C. Should I tell everyone that the class lunch is back on?" "Yeah." Uraraka stood up. "Mina!" she shouted at the top of her lungs. At the other side of the cafeteria, another yell sounded. "What?" "Shinsou's here, come over." "Oh cool." Shinsou tried his best not to sink into his seat, expecting all eyes to be on them. But hardly anyone blinked, as if this was a normal occurrence. "Do you guys often shout at each other across the room?" Shinsou murmured. Across from him, Asui nodded. "You'll get used to it, ribbit." He absolutely would not actually. He didn't plan on coming here again. It was then that the table was bombarded with 5 more students. Ashido at the forefront. "Shinsou, hey. Glad you could come." Shinsou just blinked. "Udish. I texted everyone else, they're on their way." Kirishima informed them all as he held his phone with one hand, the other gripping onto a grumpy-looking Bakugu. "You know, you don't have to hold my hand all the time." "Actually, I really do," Kirishima grinned at him. "Or there's no space." Kaminari pouted at the smallish table. Shinsou himself was squashed a little too tightly between Midoriya and Ida. "Okiko, come help me get our table." The girl hopped up and followed Kaminari back to where they had left their empty table. They came back with Kaminari pulling the table in the air while Uraraka kept it weightless. The table landed, and Kirishima and Bakugu pushed it right up to the other one. "You don't mind us stealing you from your other friends, do you?" asked Ashido. "You can tell us to F off anytime." "You could, but then you'd really be hurting our feelings," Kirishima said, looking at him with wide eyes. The way Bakugu glared at Shinsou made him think that maybe hurting Kirishima's feelings was not an option. No, it's cool," he muttered. "Great," grinned Kirishima. "You know what," sighed Zero, "we're not going to be carrying you people's lunch trays just because you're too busy with all your hand-holding." It's then that Shinsou noticed that Zero and Ashido were each holding 2 lunch trays. Seemingly their own, and Bakugu and Kirishima's. "Well, tell him that he won't let go." Bakugu scowled. "I don't see you trying very hard to get free, Bakugu," snickered Asui. "Shut up, you stupid frog face," the blonde exploded. It was amazing how someone could manage to look so angry while cradling the hand of one of the cutest people Shinsou had ever seen. The others were settled down, and then from the left, Shinsou saw others approaching. Dark Shadow was out, holding a large table in his hands and followed by what looked to be the rest of Class A. So, when Midoriya said class lunch, he had actually meant the whole class. Here. "Shinsou, hey." Hagakure waved. Well, he assumed that she was waving. The arm of her blazer kept flopping around. "So good of you to join us," smiled Ojuru. "Move." Dark Shadow screeched, as he made to drop the table. Everyone in the way scrambled as the table dropped. Tokomi sighed. "Once again, I apologize for Dash. We know what they're like, you don't have to apologize every time." "Fumi," Uraraka grinned. Dark Shadow shoved his beak into her ear and Uraraka giggled as she went to sit back down. "This isn't gonna be a regular thing, right?" Juru spoke up. The rest of the class settled down on the other table, while everyone else shifted in their benches, squeezing together to make space. "'Cause I hate eating in here, and this year I got permission to use the school studio during lunch." "No, it's just for today, don't worry, Kyuka," assured Ashido. "We just wanted to have a lunch together on the first day." And also to welcome Shinsou, of course. Shinsou, who had been trying so hard to stay invisible at this point, was suddenly the center of attention. DM it. Oh! Ashido threw her hands up suddenly. We should have a class party tonight. Mina, it is Monday. Ida glared. Yeah, but we gotta, she insisted. We have a new classmate. Plus, Minetta's gone. Ew. We should have two. One for Shinsou tonight, and one for Minetta tomorrow. You have got to chill with all these parties, sighed Shuji. But this is necessary. Ashido looked determined. It'll be a welcome back to school party, you know? We had one the day we returned to the dorms, Tokomi sighed. Yeah, but Shinsou wasn't there, so I don't think it should count, Ashido shrugged. I don't think that's how it works, frowned Seitu. The class started arguing amongst themselves, some for all the various parties Ashido was planning, and others strongly against them. Shinsou sat staring at his lunch. It didn't help that as Ashido mentioned more and more reasons to have a party, his name just kept coming up. This was not ideal. He had already let this get too far. First with coming to the cafeteria. Now everyone showing up for lunch because of him. And now this? God no. No, this had to stop before he started getting his hopes up. He waited for a lull in the conversation, and then, binging up all the courage he could muster, Shinsou spoke up. This is all very unnecessary, he mumbled. Loud enough to be heard, apparently, because everyone turned to him immediately. He took another internal breath. You guys are nice and everything, but before you start planning anything in my honor, you should know that that's not why I'm here. Eyes blinked at him, and Shinsou prepared himself to leave. I get you guys are close and stuff. But I'm not here to be friends with you people, so leave me out of whatever is it you do, got it? But dash. Shinsou stopped Uraraka with a look. Seriously. I'm not here to make friends. The words were thick coming out. He had to admit, he didn't actually want to be saying them, but this was necessary. Now better than later, right? He kinda hated that his main instinct was reject them before they reject me, but years of conditioning was bound to have its impact, right? Right. Shinsou then made to grab his bag and leave, but was stopped by the most surprising thing he had heard all day. Todoroki laughed. It was more of a small snicker, but still. More than Shinsou ever thought he would hear from the boy. Not here to make friends, he shook his head, eyes not moving from his bowl. Bold of you to assume you have a choice, he said simply. Shinsou blinked. What? On the other side of the table, there was a snort. More than anything, I hate to agree with Icehot, but yeah. It's too late for you, man, shrugged Bakugu. Shinsou frowned again. What? Don't listen to them, Shinsou, Yorozu spoke up. We are not here to force our friendship onto you. We would never dream of making you a part of something you don't want. She smiled sweetly at him. However, she continued. And Shinsou sighed, some of the people in this class refuse to let anyone be left out, so if that happens, I'm sorry but I can't help you. You are literally one of those people, Yomo. Todoroki narrowed his eyes at her. The girl shook her head. I have no idea what you're talking about, she insisted. You can't get out, eyebags. Bakugu growled from the other side of his table. They'll never leave you alone, and the next thing you know you're stuck and can't do anything about it. Stop pretending you don't love us, Kaken. Kaminari yelled at him. Don't effing call me that. The angry blonde yelled back. It's a term of endearment. Kaminari threw his hands up. Why won't you let me endear you, Kaken? Bakugu tried to stand, but his hand, still in Kirishima's, wouldn't let him. Only Izuku can call him that, Denki, ribbit, said Asui, you know that. Kaminari pouted into his stew. Yeah, I know. Yeah, giggled Hagakure, because they're the best of friends. No we're not, shut up. Kaken, stop yelling at everyone. They already know we're friends, there's no point in hiding it. I'm not your DMN friend, Deku, Bakugu growled, with hardly any malice. Oh shut up, Bakugu, no one takes you seriously anymore. Not since you issued that public apology, murmured Uraraka. Shut the F up, round face. We're not supposed to talk about that, he screamed across at her, and it wasn't public, it was in the common room. Well we were all there, shrugged Tokoyami. Well, it's not my fault you demon extras are all DMN eavesdroppers who can't mind their effing business. He stabbed angrily at his food, turning his rice ball to mush. There was a public apology. Shinsou blinked, not expecting anything like that from Bakugo of all people. He immediately cursed at himself. If he was insisting that he didn't want them as friends, he really shouldn't be participating in conversation like this. Oh yes, Emma answered him anyway. Once he started dating Aizuru, Bakugo realized what a terrible person he was and apologized to Izuku for dash. Shut up you dim-en glitter boy. He doesn't need to know none of that. He's in our class now, Baku, he kinda does, shrugged Seitu, Kuda nodding next to him. Anyway, it was really sweet, and absolutely hilarious. He looked like he was in pain, snickered Emma. Shinsou found himself smirking as Bakugo kept growling, I would have loved to see that. No, Hitoshi stop talking. Don't worry I've got it on video. Ashido said helpfully. You effing what? Guys leave Kaken alone. Midoriya waved his arms at his friends, we all promised not to talk about it anymore. I did no such thing. Zero shook his head, followed by nods of agreement around the tables. Shut your effing mouths. Bakugo thundered. His vulnerability is supposed to be a secret guys, seriously, stop. Tried Momo. My what? The blonde boy almost red in the face, I'm not effing vulnerable shut your stupid faces. Embrace it Kaken, Kaminari grinned. This boy had no fear, there's nothing wrong with letting us see your sensitive side once in a while. Maybe you should even dash. Kaminari was suddenly interrupted by a loud ringing, and Shinsou closed his eyes. God please no. The ringing was coming from his pocket, and he was electing to ignore it. Everyone else took the hint and pretended not to hear it. It finally stopped, and Shinsou sighed in relief. But after 10 seconds, the ringing started again, and this time, no one pretended to ignore it. Looks like you should answer that, said Ojiro. Shinsou really didn't want to, because he had a feeling that he knew who it was. He pulled out his phone, and yep. It was effing MIC. Luckily for him, most of the class had decided to leave him alone and continue with their conversations. Or at least, pretend to continue. Bracing himself, Shinsou finally answered the phone. What? He all but hissed, eyes darting to everyone else. Yes, I'm in the cafeteria, he replied. Yes. Yes. Yes, I'm okay. They were all looking at him, dash. Yes, I'm eating. Yes. Oh my. Yes. Jesus Papa, you gotta chill. Shinsou almost didn't realize what he said, until he heard the gasps around him, guys, shush it's his dad. Hitoshi really hoped his face didn't look as hot as it felt. And Papa was still effing talking. Well if you know I'm in the cafeteria then why would you ask me? He thought he was hissing into the phone quietly enough to not be heard, but he should be so lucky. Ooh it's his dad, grinned a voice at the table, yo Shinsou, pass the weed, it then cried. Shinsou snapped a glare to Zero, who was grinning at him as if he had done nothing wrong. Even if he hadn't said it as loudly as he possibly could, Papa's top-tier hearing would have picked it up anyway. No that was just. No. No, there's no weed. I'm in the cafeteria. What, how can I bring you some weed if there's no weed, Papa for FS sake? God, I hate you so much. Aran that was the wrong thing to say. MICs. Dramatics were definitely not gonna let that go. Papa. Dude, please. Hitoshi covered in face in embarrassment. I know you're not actually crying. Stop pretending to cry. Papa, come on. Shinsou risked a look through his fingers. Not surprisingly, all eyes were on him. No one was even pretending anymore, and he really didn't want to finish this conversation with everyone looking at him. He ducked down into his food, hoping that would muffle his voice somehow. Papa, please. No don't tell Dad, come on be cool. Oh come on. Shinsou groaned through gritted teeth, fine, I'm sorry. I said I'm sorry. Yeah, whatever. He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to be even quieter, yeah I love you too, now off. Okay bye. Finally Shinsou was able to hang up. And the class went off. Oh my god, that was so cute. Shinsou, you're adorable. That was the sweetest thing, oh my god. This really wasn't going how he wanted this to go. He bent over his bowl with a sigh. You call your dad, Papa? That's adorable. Smirked Jiru. He basically drilled it into me, scoffed Shinsou. He literally won't answer to anything else. So you call one dad Papa, and the other one dad? Midoriya asked. That makes things less confusing, I guess. Two dads, heh? Zero snickered, gay. Well yes, that's the whole idea, Shinsou shrugged. I'm gonna have my kids all me mom, and confuse them for the rest of their lives, grinned Kaminari. For the sake of the rest of the world, Denki, please never have children. Jiru begged. Oh, when I get married we're gonna adopt so many kids. Midoriya beamed, all but hopping in his chair, like at least 6, so I can start my own cult. We. Uraraka perked up immediately. You and who, Deku? Midoriya blinked as he realized his mistake. IWH-. Hey? What? You said we're gonna adopt. Her grin was almost sinister. So you already have a husband in mind? Midoriya's eyes widened comically, and he went red. No, that's not what I said. I don't know what you're talking about. Midoriya was basically wheezing, to the amusement of everyone at the table. You already have a husband in mind? Todoroki spoke up suddenly, and Midoriya wheezed. No, I don't. He waved his hands frantically. I was just talking about some generic faceless person with no specifications at all. Todoroki frowned a bit and then nodded. Oh, all right. It was pretty obvious that Midoriya actually did have a husband in mind. And the way he absolutely refused to even glance at the boy next to him was very telling. God, he was so obvious, it hurt. I'm gonna go get some water, he suddenly squeaked. Anyone want anything? No? Okay. He leapt out of his seat and all but sprinted out the cafeteria, apparently having already forgotten that he said he wanted water. The table was in stitches. I swear to God, he's even dumber than Kaminari. Jiru shook her head. Why you always gotta drag me, Jiru? Easy pickings, she shrugged. Next to Shinsou, Todoroki had completely forgotten his meal, opting to stare at the door that Midoriya had disappeared behind. Is he all right? No, he's not all right, he's a disaster, Kirishima replied. Todoroki frowned, still staring intensely at the door. Was he even going to move until Midoriya came back? You dense effing BS. Bakugo shook his head, looking personally offended by these two. Guys, leave Todoroki alone. Let him have his crush in peace, said Yorozu. Todoroki, still not looking away from the door, shook his head. I have no idea what you're talking about. Come on, Shouto, don't be embarrassed. Everyone's had a crush on Midoriya at some point, scoffed Shuji. This time, Todoroki did look away. He blinked at Shuji with a frown. What? That's not true at all, Ida assured him. Yeah, it is, scoffed Asui. Tokoyami's eyes narrowed. Aren't you a lesbian? Yes, ribbit, she replied, and he is very pretty, like a girl. The table sniggered and Shinsou shrugged as he picked at his meal. Even I've had a crush on Midoriya, he muttered. God, why did his mouth keep moving when he didn't mean it to? The table stared. What, really? Gasped Kaminari. When he slammed me to the ground at the sports festival. I really felt that. He nodded. The table laughed, and Shinsou, for some godforsaken reason, felt quite pleased. Until he looked at Todoroki. He thought his stare before was cold. But it turns out it was just stoic. This was cold. Back off, he said quietly. Somehow, everyone heard it, and there was a collective gulp. Shinsou wasn't frightened. No, of course he wasn't. But he explained anyway. I said had. Had, like, a year ago. Todoroki's glare softened, and he nodded, going back to staring at the door, waiting for Midoriya's return. Ida leaned closer to Hitoshi. No one's allowed to like Izuku anymore. Todoroki gets upset. I apologize for not informing you earlier. Shinsou let out a little smile as he nodded. Thanks for the warning. When Midoriya returned, with no water, mind you. Todoroki visually relaxed, going back to his soba and smiling when the boy sat down. The table chatter resumed, and Shinsou returned to his food. Still surprising himself, he replied when he was spoken to, but didn't initiate anything. He didn't really need to anyway, these people talked enough amongst themselves anyway. He was surprised at himself that he really didn't mind the noise as much as he thought he would. He was even more surprised to realize that by the time lunch ended and they all trailed back to class, his earlier smile was still plastered on his face. This time, he didn't even try to get rid of it. 2A group chat. Chargebolt, guys. Has Shinsou been added to the group yet? Ingenium, get off your phone. Creati, no he has not, I'll get his number after class. Creati, also, get off your phone. Chargebolt, it's study period. Sensei sleeping. Chargebolt, now, about Shinsou. HV you guys ever like actually looked at him? Red Riot, I feel like this is a trick question. Red Riot, 'cause yeah we have. Red Riot, he's right there bro. Chargebolt, no I mean actually looked at him. Chargebolt, like actually looked. Chargebolt, 'cause oh my god, he is so pretty, I wanna cry. Chargebolt, like I MYT actually cry you guys. Tailman, please don't cry onto my tail, it feels really weird. Chargebolt, guys help me, I think I'm in love with him. Tailman, goddammit Denki. Chargebolt, okay F1, just really DMN attracted to him. Chargebolt, do you think it shows? Sugarman, I think the flirting you were doing all day kinda gave it away. Pinky, also don't forget the staring and drooling. Shouto, you. King Explosion Murder, you have no right to talk, icy hot. Shouto, I have no idea what you're talking about. Chargebolt, Todoroki's dumb pining is old news, what about me? Shouto, excuse me, my what? Chargebolt, look at all the pretty. Just look at it. Chargebolt, oh my god, don't actually look you idiots, you'll give me away. Cellophane, I think you gave it away when you asked him to cream you, bro. Chargebolt, Asjabkablif. Chargebolt, oh god I can't believe I actually said that. Froppy, neither can we, ribbit. There were only 2 classes after lunch, and both were with Mr. Aizawa. He showed up once the class had settled down, told them to use this PRD to study over last year's work that they might have forgotten, and then promptly sat at his desk, put his head on the table, and went to sleep. Apparently, study PRD was code for be quiet and let me sleep until the bell rings. So most people just pulled out their phones, while a few of the good ones actually had some books on their desks. There was quiet chatter, but everyone was respectful enough of Sensei's naps that they kept it real low. Shinsou pulled out a notebook and started copying down notes from what Midoriya had given him earlier. His mind drifted off quite a few times, but he also managed to take some decent notes. Everything was just fine, until all of a sudden, half the class, almost at once, turned to look at him and then back at their phones. Shinsou's eyes widened. What? He saw Kaminari let his head fall down to his table, and Kirishima reached over to pat his shoulder. What the? Oh god, they were talking about him, weren't they? They all had their phones out, and most classes in the school had group chats, well, he assumed. He hadn't been invited onto the 1C chat, and now they were all on it and talking about him. He didn't want to assume it was bad, but come on, he was Shinsou Hitoshi, so of course he assumed that it was bad. It didn't help that every time he assumed something was bad, he was almost always right. They didn't look up again, just stayed on their phones, talking about him while he tried hard to stay concentrating on the notes that suddenly didn't matter that much because they were talking about him. And it was probably bad. He was kinda glad that they at least weren't looking anymore, and wouldn't see the sudden panic on his face, because he was pretty sure that there was sudden panic on his face. But then, just when he was starting to calm himself down, Shinsou had that tickling feeling on the back of his neck that told him that he was being watched. Very closely watched. Discreetly, Shinsou braved a glance backwards, and immediately noticed heterochromatic eyes staring back at him. Shinsou looked back to his notebook. Okay then. That wasn't at all concerning. Aizawa stirred in his sleep, and Shinsou tried to concentrate on the words on the book, but still, that being watched feeling never went away. Again, just to make sure, Shinsou risked another glance back, and once again, the two-toned boy was looking at him with narrowed eyes. Okay, well f-. What the hell was that about? Was this about what he had said in the cafeteria? About liking Midoriya? Because that had been a very brief, very long ago crush. Great, now Todoroki hated him, didn't he? DMN it. DMN it. Was that why everyone had turned to look at him just now? Great, this is what he had been afraid of. See, this didn't happen if you just didn't talk to people. This is why human interaction just wasn't worth it. 'Cause as soon as he started to enjoy it, it would be gone just like that and he'd feel even worse than before. This wouldn't have been a problem before. Even though before was literally just, like, yesterday. He had managed to let himself kinda be open to the fact that maybe this class was gonna be cool with him. Maybe even build up to being friends. And now, Todoroki was glaring at him, as if he hated him and Hitoshi was panicking. DMN it. The eyes at the back of his head made no move to leave him alone, and this time Hitoshi didn't dare look back. Maybe he was being paranoid. But then again maybe he wasn't. If Todoroki hated him, then that was sure to put a damper on everyone else. Midoriya would side with the boy he was obviously in love with. By extension, he assumed that the rest of the Deku squad would avoid him too. And after the Bakugo public apology for whatever it is he did to Midoriya, Hitoshi was pretty sure that he would follow Midoriya's lead. And then that meant the Baku squad would leave him alone too. And by extension, all of 2A. Midoriya wouldn't bug him about his quirk anymore and Kirishima wouldn't ask him to make him do stunts anymore and Kaminari would stop flirting with him and Dark Shadow would stop pecking at him and… Shinsou. Shinsou's eyes snapped up, and he saw Aizawa, no longer asleep, frowning back at him. Come outside, we need to discuss what you need to catch up on. Shinsou swallowed. F-. He had been on the brink of a panic attack, and Aizawa must have noticed. He glanced around the room quickly, but thankfully, everyone else was still staring at their books or their phones, none the wiser. Except Todoroki. He was still staring at Hitoshi with narrowed eyes. Hitoshi swallowed hard again as he stood up and followed the teacher out of the room. Aizawa turned to him as soon as they were outside and out of hearing range. Are you all right? Hitoshi stared at his capture weapon rather than at his face. Yes. Let me rephrase. What's wrong, Hitoshi? You were nearly hyperventilating in there, what happened? He shook his head again. Since when have I ever needed a reason to have a panic attack? He scoffed, making an unconvincing effort to sound nonchalant. And then Aizawa had both hands cradling Hitoshi's face, forcing him to look at him. Hitoshi's eyes widened. He'd been adopted a little over a year ago, but it still surprised him when he just received gentle affection like this. And besides, Aizawa hated showing any kind of emotions in public. He must have been really worried. Hitoshi! What's wrong? Are the other kids dash? They're fine, Dad. They're nice. Real nice. Nothing happened, I'm just a little overwhelmed is all. Aizawa still just watched him with narrowed eyes. Dad. I'm fine. And he really was. Well, better than when he was inside at least. His dad's presence was as calming as it was intimidating. Fine, he finally said, letting go of Hitoshi. I really did need to talk about schoolwork though. Tomorrow you'll be doing practical training, and you need a support weapon. Something to help you when your quirk can't. Hitoshi nodded. Go to the support department, Hatsumi will help you find something suitable. Hitoshi nodded, and then frowned. Where is that exactly? Aizawa thought for a bit. Do you mind if I send someone with you? That won't be too much. No, it's fine, he said quickly. His dad, and now teacher, nodded and then went to go back inside. Midoriya, show Shinsou to support and introduce him to Hatsumi. He'll need some support items. Okay, sensei, he heard a grinning voice pipe up, and then a chair scrape quickly back. Oh sir, can I go too? He heard another voice pipe up. I need an upgrade on my boots. I too would like to accompany then. 4. Ahem. An upgrade. Me too? I just want to take a walk, ribbit. Aizawa looked back at Shinsou, who nodded his okay. Fine. Be back before the start of the next PRD. 4 more seats scraped after Midoriya's, and Aizawa went back inside. Wait, for seats? He'd only heard 3 voices. Midoriya came through the door smiling at Shinsou, followed by Asui, a bouncing Uraraka, a stiff Ida and Todoroki. With that piercing effing glare. Great. Just effing great. Was he here to watch him or something? Make sure he didn't try anything with Midoriya? It had been a year ago, for God's sake. Shinsou swallowed down his trepidation, and then the 6 of them made their way down the hall. So do you guys normally just travel in a pack? He mumbled. Uraraka giggled. Well, it's not a necessity. But it's fun sometimes. Besides, I really do need an actual upgrade. Ida's only coming because he has a crush on my and I do not. He was completely ignored, and I don't really know why Todoroki tagged along. They all turned to the two-toned boy, who looked up from the small notebook he had in his hands. Actually, I had a few questions for Shinsou, he said plainly. Shinsou's breath hitched. Well, this guy didn't beat around the bush here. He tried to keep his expression schooled. Questions? The boy nodded, yes. First of all, when did you find out that you would be joining our class? He swallowed, end of last year. Who told you? Shinsou frowned. Mr. Aizawa did. Todoroki looked back at his notebook, and then back up at Shinsou. You seem to have bulked up since the sports festival. Did you train during the year? Yes. Did Mr. Aizawa train you? Shinsou frowned. Yes. Todoroki nodded, and frowned back at his book. Uraraka looked back to see what was going on, and then she laughed. Oh no, that's his conspiracy notebook. There were groans all around, and Midoriya whined, Shouto, no. Give me a minute. The boy held his hand up as he flipped a page. This wasn't really the line of questioning Shinsou had been expecting. Am I missing something here? Todoroki looked back at him. Does your hair naturally do that, or is it some type of secondary levitation quirk? Shinsou frowned. No, it's just like this. And is it naturally purple? It is. He returned to the notebook. Ida shook his head. Todoroki, this is highly inappropriate. Stop this at once. No, I want to see where he's going with this, grinned Asui. You have very dark eye bags. Do you have trouble sleeping? Shouto. Shinsou fought away a blush. He was pretty sensitive about his eye bags. Yeah, I have insomnia. Todoroki jotted something down again, and then finally nodded. He closed the notebook. Shinsou, are you Mr. Aizawa's secret love child or something? What? Shinsou literally tripped over his feet, and was only stopped from falling by Midoriya. Uraraka gripped onto her cheeks as she tried to keep a laugh in, and Ida gasped, scandalized. What? Shouto, you've got to stop, the boy glared at his friend. Well, he didn't deny it. Todoroki shrugged. Besides, I have been closely observing you all day, and you two seem to be frighteningly similar. And you look almost exactly alike. Shinsou looked at the boy with wide eyes. Wait a minute. That's why you were staring at me in class? Because you think I look like Aizawa? You noticed that? The boy blinked. I thought I was being discreet. Well, you have a very intense stare, Shouto, murmured Midoriya. Wait, Hitoshi shook his head. You were glaring daggers into the back of my head the whole time because of that? Well, yes. Why did you think? Shinsou wanted to bang his head against the wall. Well, now he felt really stupid. He'd almost worked himself into a panic because of this. Todoroki didn't hate him, he was just really DMN nosy. Hitoshi just sighed, shaking his head. I am not Aizawa's secret love child, he blushed as he said it, and Midoriya patted him on the back. Sorry about him, he looked apologetic, he's always going on about some conspiracy. They're not conspiracies, I have cold hard proof. For some of them. My favorite will still always be Izuku is All Might's secret love child, snickered Asui. Don't remind him. The others laughed while Todoroki glared. That's a very feasible theory and I still have no evidence that says that I'm wrong. Midoriya just held a hand to his head and sighed. Shinsou narrowed his eyes at the green-haired boy. Well, are you? He couldn't help but ask. There were very many similarities. Not you too. Midoriya flushed. He's not my dad. If you say so, Deku, sighed Uraraka. Now back to Shinsou and Aizawa. He's not my dad. Are you sure? Todoroki raised an eyebrow. I have some facts that suggest otherwise. Let me see that. Asui took his book and flipped to the latest page. Uraraka read over her shoulder as they walked, and the look of concentration on the faces was concerning. How far away was this support department anyway? Heh, nodded Uraraka. You know what, I think Shouto has a point. Shinsou choked. What dash? Yeah, it's pretty well thought out. Makes sense too, nodded Asui. What? No. Well, you're forgetting the part where Shinsou is a 16-year-old high school student and Mr. Aizawa is only 31, pointed out Ida. Are you trying to suggest that Mr. Aizawa had a child at 15? Well, it's not impossible, shrugged Todoroki. It is, insisted Shinsou, because he's not my dad. God, he couldn't believe he was having this conversation. Especially because that last sentence was a bit of a lie. And also you're forgetting the part where Shinsou's adopted. Midoriya spoke up. Thank God for Midoriya. Well, actually, that would make sense, Uraraka perked up. If Mr. Aizawa had him at 15, maybe he wasn't able to take care of him and had to give him up for adoption. That's actually pretty feasible, Ribbit, nodded Asui. Shinsou was nearly gaping by now. They were actually considering this? Really? Todoroki's smug little smile turned to him. My thoughts exactly, he nodded. Ooh. Uraraka bounced, and that's why he took the time to train you when you got to UA. He knew you were his son and wanted to get to know you. Oh my no. And did you hear him at the sports festival, Ribbit? The way he talked about Shinsou, after his match, like they were kindred spirits. Oh God. Shinsou let his head fall into his hands. Oh, I'm sorry, Asui spoke up. Are we making you uncomfortable? Of course you're making him uncomfortable. Ida spoke up for him. Todoroki looked sympathetic. Is it because you're upset to find out that your father gave you up when he was a teenager? Oh, for the love of, he didn't give me up, he's not my father. Well, you have no way of really knowing, do you? Who gives up a kid just to adopt him again? That makes no sense, he burst. All eyes then snapped to him. And Shinsou froze. His eyes widened. Oh no. What? Midoriya gaped. What did you say? Shinsou stopped breathing. Oh no. Uraraka and Asui turned to each other. And then back at him. And then each other, as if making sure that they had heard the same thing. Ida was gaping with wide eyes. And Todoroki's mouth was in a perfect O. Nothing, Shinsou tried. I didn't say anything. I said nothing. What did you say? Midoriya squeaked again. They were now just standing in the hallway, all staring at Shinsou, who was trying to activate a secondary quirk to turn back time. Turns out he didn't have one of those, so he just stood there like an idiot. Nothing, I said nothing, he tried desperately. Nobody listened. And then Todoroki was smiling. I knew it, he said simply. And that's all it took to open up the floodgates. Sensei adopted you? Holy shit. Asui gasped. You mean he's actually really your dad? Oh my god, oh my god. Uraraka's shriek could only be heard by dogs at this point. I was right, I was so right, I effing told you. Shinsou squeezed his eyes shut and held his head in his hands as he was bombarded with questions. Oh shit. He was supposed to keep this a secret. And he hadn't even lasted a day. F. Okay, you guys, please, wait, please. He finally managed to speak up and let himself be heard, greeted by 5 very excited, very shocked faces. You can't tell anyone this, okay? I don't want to complicate anything with this class, so we agreed to keep it on the down low, so keep it to yourselves, please. The others didn't calm down at all, but they nodded and at least stopped screaming at him. They started walking again, Shinsou still with his head in his hands, and the others hissing excitedly at each other. And then Midoriya let out a huge gasp. Wait, if Mr. Aizawa's your dad, frowned Midoriya, and you have 2 dads. Then that would mean that The realization started another round of yelling. Mr. Aizawa is married. Uraraka gaped. To a man? Oh crap, this needed to stop before all of his dad's secrets were spilled because of him. Would you keep it down? Shinsou held his hands up. I'm already gonna dead for telling you people. I don't want the whole school to know. He is right, nodded Ida, who had been suspiciously quiet for a while. Let's just get to Hatsum and return to class before we're late. Ida, why don't you seem as shocked about this as we are? Midoriya shook his friend. This is huge. I am shocked, the boy exclaimed. The news that our teacher is married to a man is completely new to me. I had no idea about it at all whatsoever. Not a single clue at all. The bespectacled boy was then met with silence and narrowed eyes. Even Shinsou raised his eyebrows. You're being suspicious, Todoroki blinked. Ida managed to keep his resolve for a few more seconds before deflating. All right, fine, I knew. The others cried out again. I'm sorry, I didn't intend to keep it. From you, he waved his arms around. They're friends with my brother and I attended their wedding, but it was not my place to reveal it. So you know who it is? Uraraka got right up in his face, eyes wide. Who is it, Ida? Please, I beg. Please, don't ask me, I can't tell. He seemed close to tears. Don't ask me either, please. Shinsou all but begged. If I blurt out anything else, I'll be grounded for a year. The others groaned and complained, but eventually agreed that they would stop asking any more questions. It lasted about 30 seconds. Wait, so is Mr. Aizawa dad, or is he papa? Asked Midoriya. Asui scoffed. You really think Mr. Aizawa would ask Shinsou to bring him weed from the cafeteria? And then pretend to cry over the phone? Todoroki raised an eyebrow. Good point. Midoriya nodded. We're here. He pointed to a door across from them, and Ida all but lit up. The others smirked at each other as he straightened his already perfect tie and reached for the door. But before he could even touch the doorknob, an impossibly loud bang sounded, and they all jumped back. Inside, there was a scream, followed by manic laughter. The door burst open, and a girl with pink hair burst out, followed by Power Loader, who was aiming a fire extinguisher at the room. The girl was grinning at the fire. Hatsum, this needs to stop. Sensei, it's called progress, she insisted. It just means I have another plan that doesn't work yet. The teacher grumbled some more, while the girl laughed, and then finally spotted them. 2A, she grinned, launching herself at them. Hey guys, what are you doing here? Oh, hey Midoriya had a wobbly smile as the girl all but pressed up against him. Is this a bad time? Not at all. It is a very bad time. Power Loader yelled. Never mind him. Who's this? She turned her attention to Shinsou, and suddenly he was the one she was pressed up against. Oh, I saw you at the sports festival. Brainwashing, right? Neat. You here for some support items? I can make whatever you want, just tell me. She was coming closer with every word, and Shinsou was almost bent over backwards by the time she was done. He blinked at the hard stare on her face. Gladish. Yes, Shinsou's new in our class and we were sent to keep some kind of support weapon, said Uraraka, thankfully drawing the girl away from Shinsou, but we could come back tomorrow. Tomorrow would be fine. Power Loader said, still fighting the flames. Well, you got an idea on what you want, Shinsou? Asked the girl. Not yet, he mumbled. What exactly can you make? Everything, she shouted. Don't let that fire fool you, I'm amazing. Come up with a couple ideas and bring them to me tomorrow, okay? Okay, thanks, I'll dash. Tenya, she yelled, immediately forgetting Shinsou and jumping at Ida. Long time no see, babe. Ida had wide eyes and a stiff back. Good afternoon, Hatsum. How are you, Todd Dash? I'm great, you great? Good, now let's skip that, she waved her hand. You gonna ask me out yet or what, Tenya? Ida spluttered, trying to get some words out, and failing miserably. Hatsum just laughed. Don't worry, babe, take your time. You know where to find me. She winked at the six of them, and then took off into the still-burning room. Hey sensei, what if next time I use sulfuric acid instead? No. Shinsou stood blinked at the door, and then at the flustered Ida next to him. He frowned and turned to the person next to him. Asui, that's the girl Ida likes. We too were surprised, Ribbit, she nodded. Also, just call me Zu. Shinsou nodded, and then they all turned in the direction they came from. Shinsou frowned again. Hang on. Isn't that the girl that completely humiliated you at the sports festival? Ida only reddened. Yes, that's her. Hitoshi nodded slowly. Interesting. I think he has some kind of K&K. Jesus Christ, Todoroki. Ida burst, finally fed up. The walk back to the classroom was at least less invasive than the one away. But still, the questions didn't quite stop. And Hitoshi answered none of them. He just swore them to secrecy once again, and they entered the classroom with Shinsou still flushed pink from the interrogation. Hatsune blew up the lab again, so we have to go back tomorrow, sensei, Ida informed the teacher, who nodded and sent them to their seats. Ooh, Shinsou, are you blushing? Hitoshi's eyes snapped up at Kaminari. What? No. He ducked his head as he, Midoriya and Todoroki made their way over to their side of the classroom. Yeah you are, grinned Kaminari. Did your crush on Midoriya reignite on your little walk? He smirked. Midoriya squeaked in confusion, eyes widening, and Shinsou just smirked at the bold boy. Nah, actually I'm more into blondes. Kaminari gave a pink-cheeked, far too bright grin, and Shinsou tried not to smirk. He didn't know where this newfound boldness was coming from, but he found that he kinda liked it if it meant Kaminari kept smiling at him like that. Go to your seats, he heard Aizawa drawl behind him. Hitoshi then heard a voice right by his ear. Should you really be talking like that in front of your father? He whispered. Shinsou's eyes widened, and a brand new flush formed on his face. Aizawa's eyes snapped up to the pair, having apparently heard the quiet murmur, and Todoroki just smirked at him as he went to his seat. Hadn't they just effing talked about keeping their mouths shut? Hitoshi avoided Aizawa's stare, and as he glared at Todoroki, "You're a little sheet, you know that," he hissed. Todoroki's smirk grew as he sat down. Yes, I've been made aware. As he sat down, Shinsou tried hard to pretend not to notice Aizawa's hard look. He was so gonna get it later. Charge Bolt, Red Riot. Charge Bolt, hey EI, does white hair count as blonde? Red Riot, nope. Charge Bolt, did you see how they were just whispering to each other? What if he likes him? Red Riot, chill out, why? Would he like Todoroki? Charge Bolt, have you seen Todoroki? Red Riot, good point. Charge Bolt, asked Jolfis F. Dad, Hitoshi. Dad, Hitoshi. What the hell did Todoroki just say? Hitoshi, shush, I'm in class, leave me alone. The bell finally rang for the end of the lesson, and Mr. Aizawa rose from his sleeping bag. He went into his bag and pulled out sheets of paper. Put all your things away, he said, and everyone immediately did as they were told, putting away phones and books and, in Kuda's case, a effing rabbit for some reason. Mr. Aizawa walked over to the class and started handing out the sheets. This is your first pop quiz of the year, he said, and the protests were immediate. What? Shrieked Uraraka. Sensei knew. Seitu followed. It's the first day. Hagakure threw her hands up. But sensei. Ashido looked distraught. Aizawa ignored the shouts and kept going up and down the aisles. It's to see exactly how much you remember from your lessons last year, if anything at all. Besides, you did just have a study PRD, did you not? If you spent that time on your phones instead of actually studying, that's not my problem. Aizawa finished handing out the tests, ignoring all the cries in his wake. Mr. Aizawa, my good sir, this test is very unnecessary. Tried Emma. It is not wise to dwell on the past. Only the future, and the gift of today. Yes, sensei. Zero threw his hand up. As Gandhi himself once said, live and let live, bro. Yes, sir, it's in the Bible, nodded Kaminari. Aizawa just looked at them for a long time, looking more tired than he did 5 minutes. He let out a long sigh. You see, this is why you need this test. Now no more talking. Your time starts now. The class waited as he went behind his desk, but instead of reaching for his sleeping bag, he just sat at his chair, crossed his arms, and watched them. Now, he said, with red eyes and floating hair. Everyone's heads snapped down, and whimpers went all around as they began. Hirozu handed her paper in after half an hour, and Bakugo growled when he saw that he hadn't been the first. He handed his in several minutes later, followed by Todoroki and Ida. In front of Hitoshi, Midoriya had stopped writing a while ago, and it now seemed that he was just obsessively looking over each page again and again. One by one, each student handed in their test, and by the time the bell rang, only Aomar, Kaminari, Kirishima and Ashido weren't finished. "Wait, sensei, gimme a minute." Mina squeaked as her pen flew across the page. "You had more than enough time, Ashido. Time's up. Pens down." None of them put their pens down. So Aizawa sighed and went to fetch the tests himself. Kaminari hit his head against the desk repeatedly once his paper was gone. "Now go back to your dorms. I know some of you aren't done unpacking even though you've been here all weekend. And do all your homework. You'll probably want to be on my good side after I grade these tests." And with that, he slung his bag over his shoulder, tucked his sleeping bag under his arm, and left the room. The room started to empty behind him, and Hitoshi started packing his bag. "Shinsou, we're going over to Ground Beta to get some training in. You wanna come?" Midoriya turned to ask him. "Didn't Aizawa tell you to go back to the dorms?" Todoroki appeared behind him. "If everyone listened to Aizawa all the time, I don't think he would be this tired." Shinsou snickered. "Thanks, but I need to get to unpacking." "Okay, we'll see you later then." The boy waved as he took Todoroki's wrist, pulling him to the door, where Ida, Asui, Zusori, and Uraraka were already waiting. "Come on, Kaminari, let's go, I'm hungry." Zero shook the blonde's shoulder. No, just leave me to wallow in my misery," said the boy, head still on the desk. He was jostled a few more times, but just told his friends that he would catch up with them later. Aomar whimpered, still in his seat. "Well, I definitely failed that." There were nods and murmurs all around. Aomar turned to the left, batting his eyelashes. "If only I had a monumentally big hug to comfort me in my time of despair." He fluttered long blonde eyelashes at Shuji, who had immediately sighed after hearing the word hug. "Seriously? Mizu, mon ami, I am in pain." "No, you're not," he blinked wearily. "Would you really refuse a friend in need? It's just a hug." "You know very well it's not just a hug," Shuji sighed. "Whenever you want a hug I end up having to carry you around all day." "And what wrong with that? I'm helping you train your strength, darling. So you're welcome." Shuji finished packing his bags and gave a long-suffering sigh that turned into a groan. "Fine." Aomar squealed as he grabbed his bag. And then to Hitoshi's surprise, Shuji opened all 6 of his arms and Aomar jumped right in, snuggling up as if he were in a hammock. "Whoa! Yeah, he gives the best hugs." Ashido giggled at his stunned face. "Wait, Shuji, I failed too," she exclaimed. "How come I don't get a ride? I mean, a hug." Shuji glared at Emma. "This is your fault," he mumbled, before opening his arms again and letting the pink girl climb in. "Hey, Shuji." "No, Kaminari." Tokoyami appeared behind his friend. "We discussed this last year. Only 2 at a time in Shuji's arms." "Wow, everyone just hates me today, here." "First come first serve, loser," laughed Mina, muffled by the arms. "Get Shinsou to carry you, he looks pretty ripped." The 4 of them were out the door before Kaminari could reply. Shinsou was just standing when he saw Kaminari turn around in his seat, a slow smile spreading over his face. Ashido's words finally registered, and Shinsou shook his head. "No. Oh come on, Shinsou, please." He clasped his hands in front of him. "I'm dead tired and also I just failed that test. Don't you feel sorry for me? You should feel so very sorry for me." Shinsou blinked. He wasn't being serious. He looked around for some help, but they were the only 2 left in the classroom. "Crap. You probably didn't actually fail," sighed Shinsou. "I absolutely did, dude. Come on, look how sad I am." Kaminari was literally blinding him with his big butt grin. "You don't look the least bit sad." "I'm just hiding my pain, bro." Shinsou was inching towards the door, trying very hard to avoid this situation. "Plus, I'm not even all that heavy. I have limp noodle limbs, see?" That was a DMN lie. because Kaminari had had his blazer off all day and Shinsou had seen exactly what his arms looked like, and neither the word limp nor noodle applied there at all. Not that he had been actively looking at his arms. They just happened to be in his line of sight. When he leaned to the right a bit. And plus, like Amar said, this is like weight training. So technically, I'm doing you a favor here, don't you think? You're kind of reaching now, Kaminari, he scoffed. Oh come on, please, Hitoshi. He stopped shuffling right then, and he could feel his eyes widen almost comically. Okay. That wasn't a big deal. It wasn't a big deal at all. Except yes it effing was, because no one had ever called him Hitoshi before. No one outside his family at least. Not even in previous schools or foster homes. And now Kaminari was calling him by his name while smiling that effing smile with those big but golden eyes, and Hitoshi hadn't moved in a while. Kaminari then seemed to notice the look on Hitoshi's face, and his smile slid off. No, don't stop smiling. Oh crap, sorry. I didn't think. I won't call you that again, sorry. Hitoshi just blinked a few times, and Kaminari, looking kinda deflated, stood up and grabbed his bag. No, why aren't you smiling anymore? Sorry Shinsou, didn't mean to make you feel uncomfortable or anything. No, don't call me Shinsou anymore, gross. No, it's fine. He cleared his throat, trying to get his face back to normal. Call me whatever you want, I don't care. Kaminari raised his eyebrows and then smiled again, but not as brightly as before. Okay, cool. He nodded as he made to the door. You going straight to the dorms, right? I'll help you unpack if you want. Shinsou shrugged. Sure, okay. A bunch of us will, actually. None of us will actually be doing homework straight after school. Except maybe Ida. Shinsou nodded along with him, but was frowning. Kaminari was still smiling, but not like before, and Hitoshi didn't like that one bit. Kaminari was about to exit the door when Shinsou spoke up. Well, what happened to helping me with weight training? He asked, hoping it was the right thing to say. Kaminari turned to him and beamed. And Shinsou finally relaxed. Ah, there it was. Seriously? Yeah, why not? You're sad or whatever. Kaminari punched the air. Hitoshi, you're the best person in the world, you know that. Shinsou just rolled his eyes. You'll have to carry my bag though. Kaminari nodded eagerly and draped Shinsou's bag around his back. Along with his own. And then, with no warning, he just darted behind Shinsou and jumped onto his back. Hitoshi let out an embarrassing yelp and stumbled back, before righting himself after few seconds. Whoops, Kaminari snorted right by his ear. My bad. Shinsou just sighed as he made for the door. Just don't fall off, okay? Gotcha, he said, tightening his arms around Shinsou's neck and hooking his feet together at his torso. Shinsou finally left the room and made towards the dorms. He was really glad that Kaminari was behind him right now, because he would have had a really hard time explaining away the furious blush on his face. Talking to Kaminari was one thing. Flirting was another. But having the bright-eyed blonde literally wrapped around him with his arms around his neck and his chin on his shoulder and his voice right in his ear was a whole different ball game. One that was making it very hard for Hitoshi to keep the poker face that he had trained onto his face for the past 16 years. And because the universe hated him so very much, just as they left the school premises, who should they run into but Yamada Hisashi himself? The man took one look at the situation, blinked once, and let out a wicked grin. Well, what is going on, little listeners? Hey Mr. MIC. Shinsou could hear the grin in Kaminari's voice, which greatly contrasted the glare on his own face. The glare that was completely negated by the fact that his face was flushed pink. We're just on our way to the dorms to help Hitoshi unpack. Oh, is that right, Hitoshi? Shut the F up. He mouthed at his papa, and the man paid him no mind. Well then you'd better get to it, kiddos. And looks like the new kid is fitting right in, am I right, Denki? Oh totally, we love him. The boy nodded against Shinsou's shoulder, causing his hair to brush against his neck, and making Hitoshi shiver. The move was not missed, and present MIC's grin only widened. God, he was never gonna hear the end of this. And this whole Missy gestured in their general direction, carrying thing? Some kind of initiation us teachers aren't allowed to know about. It's training, Hitoshi spoke up quickly, weight training. For strength. Heroes are constantly training, right? Training. Okay. Shinsou's glare was nearing deadly. Well, let me not keep you then, little ones. Have a great day, why dig? CYA sir. Kaminari waved back as Hitoshi took off immediately. He's great, isn't he? Kaminari said, returning his arm to wrap around Hitoshi's neck. Fantastic, he said through gritted teeth. His face still hadn't returned to its normal color, and it stayed that way until they finally made it to the dorms and Kaminari jumped off his back. Thanks, bro, you're the best. Hitoshi nodded as he took his bag back. No problem, Kaminari. Nah, if I can call you Hitoshi then you gotta call me Denki. Everyone else does anyway. God, would his face ever return to its normal color? Fine. Denki, he nodded. The boy grinned again, and took off through the dormitory doors. Hitoshi followed a few moments later, still trying to get his face back to effing normal. 2A group chat. Chargebolt, so bad news. I'm in love with him now. Tailman, goddamn Denki. UA staff group chat. Hizashi, my son. Nemirai, here? Hizashi, my wonderful son. Nemirai, did something happen? Hizashi has got himself a boyfriend. Nemirai, I'm sorry, what? Ken, what? Ainen, no way, don't lie. Khan, excuse me, what? Nemirai, no effing way. Shouter, what? Nemirai, who is it? Spill. Nemirai, this is so great. Nemirai, I can't get him to make one friend in Class C and on the first day in A he gets himself a boyfriend? Nemirai, I'm gonna cry. Shouter, WHO. Toshinori, Aizawa, are you alright? Shouter, WHO. Hizashi, Kaminari Denki. Ken, I'm sorry, what? Nemirai, I can't breathe. Hizashi, they are boyfriends and they are in love. Shouter, if you would all excuse me. Hizashi, Shouter, no. Leave the kid alone. Toshinori, Yamada, how do you know this? Did they tell you themselves? Hizashi, well. Khan, there it is. Hizashi, well, if you want to get technical, I don't have any actual proof. Or any actual confessions. Nemirai, you disappoint me, MIC. Hizashi, but Hitoshi was literally carrying him on his back all the way to the dorms. Hizashi, for training purposes. Hizashi, I've been a teenager before you know. Me and Shouter were making out for weeks to practice kissing for the play, remember? Hizashi, I know how this sheet works. Shouter, stop projecting onto our son, Hizashi, he is nothing like either of us. Hizashi. Nemirai. Higari. Ken. Khan. Ainen. Toshinori. Shouter has left the chat. Nedzu has added Shouter to the chat. Shouter, I hate it here. Shinsou didn't expect unpacking to take as long as it did, but that probably had to do with the fact that Kaminari, Denki, had recruited his whole squad to come and help him. And the five together seemed to have the attention span of a particularly slow goldfish. Bakugu obviously hadn't wanted to be here, but it didn't seem he had much choice in what he did and did not participate in, so he sat looking through Hitoshi's things and criticizing most of the things he owned. Minetta's stuff had been cleared during the day, and Shinsou's new room was packed and decorated within a few hours. He hadn't wanted to really do any decorating, but it was apparently a requirement, because later the class would be coming in here to inspect it. Shinsou's protests fell on deaf ears as a determined Ashido stared him down, telling him that it was a class tradition and he really couldn't do anything about it, sorry hun. So just shoving things under his bed and into the closets wouldn't cut it apparently. He was on the second floor, with Midoriya, Emma and Tokoyami as his neighbors. There were no girls on this floor, which had been a strategic move on Aizawa's part when Mineta had been there. Bakugu finally managed to escape to go do his homework when there was very little unpacking left to do, of which he had done none. To their surprise, however, he was back at the doorway after a minute. Hey, Weird Eyes, Aizawa's in the common room and wants you. Ashido looked on in surprise, and then her face crumbled. Oh shoot, he's already graded that test, hasn't he? Did I do so bad that he has to seek me out to yell at me? Bakugo scoffed and rolled his eyes. No, you effing idiot. He wants all the girls, not just you. Everyone else is already in the common room. Oh, she relaxed, and her face went back to its easy grin. All right, cool. You know, I'm pretty hungry, we should go down too. Zero stood. Besides, there's not much we can do in terms of room arranging without your leadership, Mina. Ashido just rolled her eyes. You mean you just don't want to have to do any work when I'm not here to force you, she scoffed. Yeah, but also the whole leadership thing. Kirishima threw an arm around her shoulder and followed her out the door. Shinsou felt like he could finally have a moment to himself now that they were all leaving, but alas, he was mistaken. Kaminari held out a hand to him when he saw that he hadn't moved yet. Come on Shinsou, snack break. Besides, I think we're done for the day. Bakubro's bound to force us all to do homework soon anyway. Hitoshi was pretty sure that if it had been anyone else he would have politely declined, but something about the way Denki grinned down at him made it really hard to say no to the guy. This had been an ongoing problem today and he had to figure it out. But maybe not right now. So he took the hand held out to him and followed the rest of them down to the common room. Aizawa was standing by one of the couches, hand on a rather large box in front of him. Had Shinsou forgotten something at home? And why was Aizawa bringing it to him personally? Surely that was kinda suspicious. All the girls in the class were already sitting on the couches, a few boys loitering about doing their own business. Ashido, he nodded when she arrived. Good, you're here. Asui and Uraraka are at ground beta so I can't really wait for them. Ashido went to sit next to Hagakure, who shrugged when she was sent a questioning look. So I'll just get to the point. Aizawa rubbed at his temples. While Minetta's things were being removed, it became apparent that he had quite a significant stash of items that obviously do not belong to him. The fucker was stealing sheet too? Bakugo yelled, despite the fact that they weren't even supposed to be here. Unfortunately, Aizawa sighed, patting the box, looking far too tired for the first day of school. So why did you specifically call us, sensei? Frowned Juru. Aizawa sighed again. Because the majority of his stolen items seemed to belong to you. He pushed the box forward, and Ashido was the first to peer inside. The look on her face morphed into one of horror. That little freak, she shrieked. Oh my god, Juru looked disgusted as she looked in as well. Vorozu looked in once, shut her eyes and sat back down, covering her face with her hands. He's been stealing our underwear? Hagakure fumed. He's been stealing our underwear? This was my favorite bra. The bra Ashido pulled out was white with black polka dots. I thought the dryer ate it. It's been gone since last year. The girls were furious as they rummaged through the box, and Mr. Aizawa sighed heavily as he watched them. Girls, he quietened them down. Firstly, I apologize for all of this. The fact that Mineta was allowed in this school for so long, even with his disgusting behavior, is unacceptable. And although I'm sure you're glad to have your things back, I sincerely suggest you think twice before taking them back. The girls looked up at him with frowns, and then back at the underthings in their hands. Oh god, who knows what the hell he was doing with them all this time, shuddered Kaminari. At that, the girls dropped everything immediately. Oh I wish you hadn't said that, shuddered Hagakure. I need a very long shower. Juru let her head fall on Yorozu's shoulder, and the other girl sighed as she patted her back. So I'll just go and throw these out then. Aizawa reached for the box. Just thought you ought to at least know what happened to all your stuff. Thank you, sensei, Yorozu said, still looking at the box, face a little green. What if instead of throwing them away we burn them during tonight's party? Ashido threw her hands up. She was immediately shushed by those around her, and her head snapped to Mr. Aizawa, who she had seemingly forgotten was there. Oh, did I say party? Ashido giggled, scratching her head. I meant him. Yeah, I got nothing. Aizawa narrowed his eyes. There will be no party on a school night, he told them, and there will be no burning on any night at all. But sensei, do you really think I could trust you kids to play around with fire unsupervised? The man sighed. So supervise us then. Hagakure grinned. Yeah. It'll be like a bra burning party in honor of Mineta being gone. I said no parties, he glared. Sensei, you're as happy as we are to get rid of that grapefruit, and you know it. Kirishima smirked at their teacher. Just admit it, your secret is safe with us. I am a teacher and am completely unbiased with my students. I will admit to no such thing. Well, he's not your student anymore, right? Seitu smirked. So you're not breaking any rules by admitting you hate him. I will not admit that I hate him, he sighed. Doesn't that sentence kind of count as you admitting it though? Tokuyami asked. Aizawa blinked at that. And then sighed. Leave me alone, I have work to do. We got him, boys. Shiro and Kaminari shared a high five as their teacher trudged his way to one of the desks and pulled out his computer. Hey, we should go get Zu and Uraka and let them know. Ashido turned to her friends, plus we'll need Todoroki's fire for the burning. There will be no burning, Aizawa muttered half-heartedly. He was, of course, completely ignored. Come on guys, Ashido made for the door. Let's go get them, we're taking a break from packing anyway, right? But it's so far, whined Shiro. Yeah, you fuckers need to get to doing homework anyway, said Bakugu. You know, on second thought, Shiro stood up. Mina's right, we should go get the others. Kirishima laughed as Bakugu rolled his eyes at the black-haired boy, and then followed them out the door. When Bakugu didn't move, Kirishima slumped his shoulders at him. Babe, come on, let's go. No way, I'm not going there, I don't care about them. Come on babe, yeah you do, he sighed. Bakugu snarled, and Kirishima pouted at him, babe. With a final growl, Bakugu dragged himself to the door, muttering to himself all the while about stupid, annoying shitty-haired boyfriends. Whipped, grinned Denki. Shinsou snorted, nodding in agreement before turning back to the elevator. What, you're not coming with us? Denki asked before he could take a step. No. Shinsou said simply. Oh come on please. Why? He said, in the closest thing to a whine he would allow from himself. Just cause, he shrugged. Hitoshi sighed. He just really wanted to go to his room. Denki, I don't dash. Come on, please. He looked up at him with wide eyes. You were packing too, you know, you need the break. But dash. Please, Hitoshi. Oh god damn it. Hitoshi's jaw clenched. God effing damn it, now why'd he have to go and do that? And why'd he have to go and look at him like that? And why the hell was Hitoshi now following the grinning idiot out of the door? Dad often told him to stay away from loud blondes if he wanted to keep his sanity. Did this have something to do with it? Did all loud blondes have some kind of psychic thing that made it impossible to say no to them? Because that was the only explanation as to why Hitoshi was now on his way to ground beta instead of safe and alone in his room right now. For some reason, none of the Baku squad questioned his presence, and thankfully, they allowed the fact that he trailed behind them and didn't participate in any conversation. For the most part. Denki still kept looking back at him every few seconds, probably to make sure that he hadn't turned tail and ran. Not that he would do that. Then the loud blonde would get upset, and that wasn't allowed. They were only about halfway to the training facility when they saw the people they were going to fetch coming towards them, looking pretty banged up. You done already? That's quick for you guys, said Kirishima as they met in the middle. Yes, well, Uraka dropped a building on me, so Ida made us stop. Midoriya played with the hem of his charred gym shirt. I'm sorry, you what? Hitoshi said before he could stop himself. We were playing heroes and villains, explained Asui. Zu, damn it, Zu, and these people get really competitive. And you don't, scoffed Todoroki, you threw me out the window with your tongue. You're just bitter cause you lost, the girl smirked at him. We did not lose, Ida called it a draw. Midoriya stomped his foot, because she dropped a building on me. Alright, we've been having this argument for ages. Ida chopped an arm between the two teams, it was a draw and we will leave it at that. Uraraka just huffed, and then turned to the group that was watching their back and forth. Were you guys going to train too? Nope, we came to get you for the bra burning. Shiro grinned, we're burning bras. Yeah, we even got permission from Aizawa, nodded Kirishima, kind of. Sort of. Well, not really, but still. Your feminism is appreciated guys, really, but burning bras is unnecessary, Zu said. It's not for feminism, it's for Mineta. Ashido told them. The confusion only grew, and Bakugo growled. You effing idiots can't explain for shit. He shook his head. Aizawa found a bunch of underwear in the purple PSS stains luggage, so now we're gonna go and burn them because the perv's probably been jerking off to them since last year. Now can we go back to the dorms or what? Bakugo turned on his heel, leaving the Deku squad looking horrified. Uraraka looked about to her. How does he just keep getting worse? She whined. The squads, and Shinsou, turned to make their way back to the dorms, the girls shuddering with each other at the prospect of Mineta with their underthings. It was as they were strolling back that they heard it. Holy shit, Bakugo's gay? The very new voice made everyone stop their conversations. All eyes looked up, and approaching them fast, eyes on Bakugo and Kirishima, was Minoma Nito. Two other people followed behind him, a tall girl with pink hair and a boy with a horn and mousy brown locks. They did not look very friendly, and immediately, Shinsou noticed the squads tense up. By the looks on their faces, Bakugo and Kirishima hadn't realized that their gripped hands were on full display, and that they were walking much closer together than was necessary. Minoma, apparently, had noticed immediately. The number one villain of the class has a lover, hair? Ha, that is rich, the blonde boy laughed manically. Hard to imagine anyone would have the tolerance to actually like you, sniggered hornhead boy. Well, if anyone, it would probably be the one guy who can harden his skin, the girl smirked. There was a silence as the two groups, and Shinsou, frowned. What's that supposed to mean? Midoriya asked, in a voice so quiet it was DMN near terrifying. He glared at the trio like he knew exactly what it was supposed to mean. Oh, you know, the girl crossed her arms as she continued, hardening his skin like that, he probably won't be able to show bruises so easily, right, Kirishima? Another short silence followed, and then a growling Ida stepped forward. What the hell are you trying to suggest? He thundered. Minoma only threw his head back with a laugh. Oh, you know what she means. Bakugo has a temper and a mile-long mean streak. And Kirishima doesn't show bruises. Perfect relationship when one doesn't with to show evidence. Shinsou frowned. Holy shit. This guy was really suggesting that. Holy shit. Excuse you? Uraraka clenched her fists in anger. What the F are you trying to say? Ashido growled. If that's a joke it's not funny, Zero glowered. The trio was seemingly very pleased with the reaction they managed to get, and Hornguy smirked. It can be funny and true, smirked Hornguy. How the F dare you? Kaminari was crackling with electricity. What the F are you trying to imply, you fucker? Oh, he's not implying anything, Todoroki said, in a frighteningly quiet voice. He said it right out. Oh, you motherfucker. Ashido leapt forward with outstretched hands, only stopped from reaching Minoma by Asui's tongue. If you fight him we'll get in trouble. She said with a glare at the three smirking students. If we report them for slander, they'll be in sheet. I don't care, said a quiet voice behind him. They all looked to see Midoriya, his whole body crackling with green lightning. They're not getting away with something so mean. He stepped forward, his quirk fully activated, with only Todoroki's hand on his shoulder, half-heartedly trying to stop him. Zu was right. If this ended in a fight on their first day back, it would not end well for 2A. You guys really don't like Bakugo, eh? Shinsou frowned at the three students. He didn't know when he had stepped forward, or effing why he had stepped forward, but suddenly everyone was behind him, still fuming and trying half-heartedly to hold each other back. Shinsou focused on the three in front of him. What did he do to you? As if he could touch me, Minoma scoffed. We just hate him on principle, the girl shrugged. After all the trouble he and 2A caused this school, we have every right to hate him. It's only a matter of time before he explodes and becomes a villain. Hornguy stuck his nose up, and then you'll see we were right. Shinsou couldn't care less what they had to say. But he had his three responses, and he smiled. Go find Mr. Aizawa at the 2A dorms and tell him what you said here. Tell him Shinsou sent you. The three now limp-faced idiots turned away, slumped and dull-eyed, and made their way towards the dorms. Shinsou could feel them in his brain. Or rather, he could feel himself inside theirs. For the first time, He regretted the fact that he hardly used his quirk because he didn't know how far away he had to be to keep his control. Or if he could even keep it with multiple people. Or when he would know that they had done what he told them. Or how long he would be able to hold this. Oh! Shinsou, holy dash! Hitoshi held his hand up to stop whoever had spoken. I need to focus, he muttered, can't break the connection till they do it. Okay, everyone shut up and leave him alone. Kaminari hissed, electing himself in charge of keeping Shinsou focused. He should have known that they wouldn't shut up though. Oh, you okay? Asui spoke up first. Bakugu let out a scoff that was probably supposed to sound unbothered, but was failing. Shinsou couldn't help but look back, and he saw that the blonde had his hands clenched into fists and was actively knocking away Kirishima's hand every time he tried to go back to holding it. Effing obviously, what the F do you think? You think I give a F what those stupid extras think? Zero shrugged, well it kinda looks like dash. Well I effing don't, he snarled at the tall boy, I don't give a F dash. And besides, you people think the same thing anyway so why would I effing care? There was a short silence in which the group collectively gaped at Bakugu. Shinsou risked another look back, while still keeping a hold on the people inside his mind, and saw the looks of shock and disbelief on everyone's faces. What the F dash? No we don't. Ashido gasped. Bro, why would you think that? Kaminari shook his head rapidly. You know that's not true, dude. Zero agreed. Well you're always the one calling him the Baku Whisperer. Bakugu threw his hands up, as if he's the only one who can take me. You effing run away every time I get mad as if you're scared I'll effing kill you or something. You're all effing scared of me. Uraraka opened her mouth to argue, but was stopped by Ida's hand on her arm. Best to leave this to the Baku squad. You can't think that's what we actually meant. Kaminari threw his hands up. We just call him that cause we know you've always liked him the most, that all. Yeah, we can all take you just fine. Ashido nodded rapidly. And we run away, but we're kidding, bro. Just like how we know you're kidding when you tell us all to go die. We're not actually scared of you, bro. Kaminari all but pouted, you know that right? Bakugu just shrugged, still scowling at his feet. Oh my god, Baku. Ashido leapt at him, wrapping her arms tight around his waist. Bakugu grumbled at her, get the F off me, idiot, he growled, while making no actual effort to shake her off. Babe, you believe us right? Kirishima spoke up for the first time, both hands wrapped around Bakugu's clenched fist, and his voice unbelievably soft, you know no one thinks of you like that. Right? Bakugu just kept silent, staring at the ground with a clenched jaw. Even Ashido took a step back, wide-eyed and realizing that they weren't getting through to him. Katsuki dash. Kirishima was shaken off immediately with an angry growl. Just F off, alright? Drop it. If those fuckers think I'm a effing abuser then who the F cares? It's not like they'd be effing wrong anyway dash. I'm gonna stop you right there. Midoriya held a hand up angrily, how many times have we talked about this? F off, Deku, he spat. No. I don't like people talking bad about my friends, Kaken, even if it's you. Diminute Deku, what the F is? Wrong with you? Bakugu finally exploded, how the F can you call me your friend after everything I dash? Oh my god, how many times are we gonna have this conversation? Midoriya threw his hands up, why would you ask me to forgive you if you won't let it go? I didn't actually think you'd forgive me, the blonde shouted, you weren't supposed to forgive me, damn it. The two stared each other down, both with scowls on their faces. Midoriya finally spoke first. Guys, we'll be right back, he spoke to the group, but kept his eyes on Bakugu. What the F you mean we'll dash? Sorry Kaken, he said, before once again he was surrounded by green lightning. Bakugu only had time to let his eyes widen, before Midoriya lurched forward, wrapped his arms around his waist, and took off into the sky. You effing she! He was heard yelling even as they blasted further and further away from them. Shinsou blinked up at where they had disappeared, blinking his confusion while trying to go over the weird conversation he'd just witnessed, while still trying to keep a hold on the three he had brainwashed. Needless to say, his head really hurt. What the F was that? He finally managed to ask. That was Deku and Kaken, sighed Kaminari, they're real weird like that. Denki, that explains nothing, sighed Uraraka, before turning to Shinsou, those two have a weird relationship. They used to be best friends, then they were enemies, then they were rivals. Now they are trying to be friends again, but Bakugo has severe emotional constipation and is having a hard time of it. He's getting better, Kirishima said, still looking up into the sky worriedly. Just the other day I told him I loved him and he didn't even try to convince me I was wrong. That's progress. Progress that Monoma and them probably just effed up, frowned Zero. Yes, well, if anyone can get through to him it will be Izuku. Todoroki was looking up too, just as worried. Although Shinsou had a feeling that his worry wasn't so much for Bakugo as it was for Midoriya being out of his sight. Does this have something to do with the public apology? Shinsou asked. Oh yeah, nodded Ashido, we have it on video, but still, no one's completely sure what happened between those two. But whatever Bakubro did to Midoriya was bad. Like, really bad, like, they have to go to joint therapy bad. That sounds bad. Hey bro, aren't you supposed to be concentrating? Kaminari finally remembered his self-assigned job. I'm multitasking, he shrugged, plus your class dynamics are too effed up to completely ignore. Ain't that the truth, scoffed Zero. We should probably get back to the dorms, said Ida, still occasionally glancing up at the sky, as if just waiting for them to drop down on them at any second. They'll probably meet us there, right? Probably once they sort out some of Bakugo's issues, Ribbit, nodded Asui. Yeah, last time they were gone for about an hour, right? Asked Uraraka. This has happened before. He has a lot of issues. They were gone for a little over an hour actually, said Todoroki, still looking at the sky, 67 minutes to be exact. Dude, you counted. Kaminari grinned. I was worried, Todoroki's cheeks pinked. This is effing weird, Shinsou muttered. Oh, you have no idea, sighed Zero. Shinsou kept concentrating on the connection in his head and the others glancing up every few seconds. Well, except for Kirishima and Todoroki, who hadn't looked away from the sky since they left. Several minutes passed, until Kirishima gasped suddenly. There, he pointed upwards. They all looked, and sure enough, a green blur was hurtling towards him. They landed roughly on the floor, tumbling a few feet away. Well, that was quick, Uraraka grinned at the two as they got up, dusting themselves off. Thanks for waiting, Midoriya smiled, we're good now. Bakugo just glared at him, and then huffed, well, are we going to go or what? He growled, stomping off to Kirishima, and grabbing his hand, letting their fingers intertwine as they had been before Monoma and them had shown up. Kirishima beamed at him, and Bakugo's face softened for the first time in a while. Yeah, let's go burn some bras. Uraraka smiled. The group finally started moving again, and not a minute later, Shinsou's phone rang. He pulled it out, and sighed in relief when he saw the caller ID state Dad. Mr. Aizawa, he answered it. I've got 3 students here who say that you sent them to me, is that true? Yeah. Did they tell you what did? Yes, and they will be dealt with accordingly. Aizawa told him. Alright, good. Can I let them go now? I've never held it this long and my head is killing me. Yeah, go ahead. Shinsou let out a long sigh as he finally broke the connection, and his head was clear again. A rush of dizziness came and he stumbled, only to be caught by a hand on his arm. Are you all right? I know that must have been hard. Yeah, just a bit of a headache, I'm fine, he assured him. Naturally, his dad didn't seem convinced, but he sighed anyway. All right, if you say so, that now get some rest, I'll deal with these 3. Shinsou nodded, despite not being seen. And Hitoshi? Yeah. I'm proud of you. You did great. It took all his strength not to beam. God, he would never get tired of hearing that from Aizawa, no matter how often he said it. But he couldn't let the man know that, of course, so he just muttered. Yeah, whatever. Aizawa just scoffed before hanging up. Shinsou pocketed his phone and rubbed at his temples. You good, bro? He looked at who had caught him, and had to fight off a blush when he saw just how close Kaminari was standing. God, why was he always fighting off a blush with this guy? What the hell? Yeah, I'm good, he managed to get out, just a bit of a headache. Kaminari grinned at him, that was so badass, dude. Totally, Uraraka nodded, I still would have liked to fight though. You always want to fight, Zero smirked at her. And she just shrugged, neither confirming nor denying it. As they kept walking, Kirishima cleared his throat. Hey, Shinsou. Yeah. That was Mr. Aizawa you were talking to, right? Yeah. Okay, he nodded. Okay, so, weird question. Why is his number saved on your phone as Dad? Shinsou's eyes widened at the pensive look on the red-headed boy's face. What, it is? Ashido frowned in confusion. Kirishima nodded. I saw it when he was taking the call. Zero frowned, and then looked to Shinsou. Why, bro? Shinsou blinked as all eyes were suddenly on him. He said, as he thought of something to say. It was hard to do with Todoroki smirking at him like that, and Ida shaking his head with closed eyes, and Asui looking on with raised eyebrows, as if eagerly anticipating whatever answer he came up with. The Baku squad was looking at him with confused little frowns, only getting more confused as his lack of a coherent answer. He had to say something. Some lie that would sound convincing to these nosy but people. Come on, say something. Anything, Hitoshi. Not that, Hitoshi. Shinsou. It's no big deal, guys. Midoriya, bless his heart, waved his arms. We all call Mr. Aizawa Dad, right? Not to his face, said Zero, and we don't put evidence of it on our phones. It's called valuing your life. And wouldn't that be confusing for you? Having both your dad and Mr. Aizawa saved as the same thing. Shinsou blinked at Denki's confused face. How are you all this stupid? Bakugo shook his head at his friends. Kirishima was the first to realize, and he shook his head rapidly. Dude, no way. Shinsou sighed heavily, effed it. Well, at least he said a word this time. Dude, holy shit, no way, is Mr. Aizawa your dad? Kirishima's eyes widened. That's impossible, scoffed Ashido, that can't be why. She trailed off when she saw Shinsou's face. His eyes squeezed shut. Her eyes widened, no. Effing. Way. Weren't you supposed to keep this a secret? Sighed Ida. Oh my god, what? Gasped Kaminari, it's true? Shinsou rubbed at his temples. Holy crap, you are very bad at keeping secrets, Zu shook her head at him. Hitoshi kept his head down as he was bombarded with questions. Practically the same as when the Deku squad had found out earlier that day. But this time he kept his mouth shut because apparently he couldn't be trusted to talk. And not for the reasons people had previously thought. Uraraka and Zu were happy to fill in on any questions that he refused to answer, while Midoriya tried his best to turn the conversation around and cover for Hitoshi. But the boy seemed to be an even worse liar than him, so that didn't work out that well. By the time they reached the dorms, Shinsou couldn't stay quiet anymore. No matter how much he wanted to. He spun around to the group, finally silencing their yapping. Okay, listen. Yes, Aizawa's my adoptive father. No, I can't tell you who my other dad is, I'm already gonna be in shit as it is. I said I'd managed to keep this a secret all year, but it's been a day and half the class knows already and it's gotta stay that way, please. Don't tell anyone else. How did you think you could keep this a secret all year? Zero raised an eyebrow, that seems dumb. Well, I didn't anticipate the fact that you people are nosy as F and won't stop talking to me. Yeah, that's fair, nodded Kirishima. Just, please don't say anything. To anyone else. Especially to Mr. Aizawa. The Baku squad glanced around at each other, as if considering it. All right, Shinsou, nodded Ashido, your secret is safe with us. That's not effing likely, muttered Bakugo, but he was stopped with an elbow from his boyfriend. Shinsou sighed wearily as he ran a hand over his face and they continued on to the dorms. He probably should have taken Bakugo's words to heart though, because as soon as they entered the common room, Mr. Aizawa was still at the table, working on his computer. Mr. Aizawa. Kaminari grinned at the teacher. Do you see what Shinsou did with those asshats? Pretty cool, right? He stopped us from getting into a fight and everything. He must have been raised really well. The suggestive tone in his voice made Aizawa look up slowly. And when Denki turned and gave Shinsou an obvious wink, he had to hold back a scream. For the love of God, why? Oh, definitely, Zero grinned with his friend, his father really deserves a pat on the back. Whoever that may be. Aizawa narrowed his eyes, and Shinsou wanted to cry. Yeah, sensei, Kirishima added, and thanks for dealing with those idiots who were mean to Katsuki. You're a great dad, sir. I mean, teacher. I meant teacher. I don't know what kind of dad you are. If you even are a dad. Which is a thing I obviously wouldn't know. Shinsou closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose. What was wrong with these people? Yeah, you're Fed, Bakugu muttered as he passed Shinsou, the rest of his squad following and giggling quietly. Midoriya spared him a sympathetic smile before he ran off to the kitchen, and Ida gave him a comforting pat on the shoulder. Before long, Aizawa was glaring at Shinsou from behind his computer screen, and Shinsou made the decision to just pretend that none of that had just happened. Hitoshi, he heard a hiss behind him as he tried to rush past. Sorry sensei, I have a headache and have to go rest. Like you told me. Good night. He made it into the elevator and looked around at the empty walls as it slid shut on his dad's narrowed eyes still glued on him. As the elevator finally started moving, Hitoshi groaned into his hands. God, he hated these stupid effing people. He really did. Now if only he could think that without this stupid grin behind his hands. A moment alone. That was all Shinsou needed. That's it. And he thought that he finally had it when he made it back to his room and pulled out his homework. And honestly, Shinsou should have expected it by now, but he was still startled when there was a knock on his door. He opened it to find a flustered-looking Midoriya, clutching a full backpack to his chest. Hey Shinsou, he smiled. I was wondering if you wanted to do homework together? Shinsou hesitated. You don't have to. Midoriya was quick to say, I just thought since it's your first day in the dorms you might want some company. Company? All he'd had all day was company. Now he'd be okay with just him and his books, thank you very much. And also, I could use some help with maths. I noticed you finished all your work really quickly today, so I thought maybe. He trailed off as he talked, scuffing the floor with his toe. Shinsou frowned, wondering if this cute, flustered thing he was radiating was just an act, or if he was just like this. He decided that it must be a well-thought-out manipulation device, because no 16-year-old boy with the power of the gods had any right looking so flushed and adorable. Midoriya looked up at Hitoshi with bright green eyes, and he realized that it was a very successful manipulation device, because Hitoshi found himself stepping aside and feeling quite glad when Midoriya beamed up at him. He made himself comfortable on the floor and started pulling out his books. Only half of which, Hitoshi noticed, were school-related. The others seemed to be random notebooks he just carried around. Here. Weird. Shinsou made his way to sit at his desk, but then Midoriya cleared away some of his books to make a space in front of him, and then smiled up at Hitoshi. He wanted him to sit on the floor with him? Hitoshi's instinct was obviously to ignore him and sit on a chair, like a normal person. But then again, he was using that manipulation thing again that made it hard to be rude to him. So with a sigh, Hitoshi grabbed his books and sat on the floor, leaning against his bed, and got to work. They worked in silence for some time, and Shinsou made the mistake of thinking that it would last. At some point, he noticed that at certain intervals, Midoriya would stop writing and look up. He'd open his mouth and close it, several times, and then shake his head and go back to work. Shinsou just kept his head down and pretended not to notice. But he kept doing it. Again and again. He knew he should have just closed the door on this boy's face and called it a day. Now he wanted to talk. What about? Shinsou had no clue. But his hesitance to say anything made him think that maybe it wasn't going to be a pleasant conversation. He'd spent quite a lot of time with Midoriya and his friends today. Just as much as he had with Kaminari and his. Was that the problem? That was the problem, wasn't it? They'd all been friends for ages, and Hitoshi had just shown up out of nowhere, and here he was just taking up their time. Maybe he should have protested a bit more whenever he was included or invited to do anything. They were just being polite, and him, being the attention-starved loner he was, had latched on like a leech and he was annoying them. This was fine. He had been anticipating a talk like this. A back off and leave us alone kind of talk. He just hadn't expected it to be Midoriya that they sent. But he guessed it made sense. What with his manipulation tactic of being overly adorable, Hitoshi guessed he was the best guy to shut him down lightly. Again, Midoriya stopped writing, looked up, and opened his mouth. Then he closed it again and ducked down. He couldn't take it anymore. You look like you have something to say. He finally managed to speak up. Midoriya squeaked and looked back down. No, nothing. Shinsou blinked at him, and didn't look away. If he was going to be told to back off, he would much rather hear it now than later. As much as he didn't expect Midoriya to be the one to tell him, he still wanted to get it over with. So he stared him down, and Midoriya pretended not to notice. Until he couldn't anymore. He gulped as he finally looked up, eyes shifting. Well, I just wanted to say how happy I am that you finally made it to the hero course. Shinsou blinked at him again. There's no way he'd been working himself up for so long just to say something nice. He tilted his head, eyebrow raised. Really, he drawled. Midoriya nodded. Really? It's just. I remember our match at the sports festival and the stuff you said. And the stuff Mr. Aizawa said during the match. It's really not fair how they let people in only based on physical quirks. I mean, not all heroes are based on how strong you can be, you know. Shinsou still just looked at the boy with narrowed eyes. He also remembered that match. He also remembered unloading his frustrations while being pushed out of the ring by someone a head shorter than him. It has been one of the worst moments of his life, losing that match. And he had a lot of really shitty moments in his life. When he didn't say anything out loud, Midoriya cleared his throat and continued. I'm really glad you're gonna be a hero, Shinsou. You'll give hope to people without physical powers like everyone else in the class. I mean, I really could have used a hero like you when I was little. Shinsou's frown deepened. That's why I always loved Eraserhead so much. I mean, he basically fights quirkless. Sure, he has an advantage cause his opponent becomes quirkless too, but still. Why would it matter to you that he fights quirkless? Shinsou couldn't help but ask. Midoriya went red, and rubbed the back of his neck. Well, I was a pretty late bloomer when it came to my quirk. Like, really late. Shinsou raised an eyebrow. Well, that was news to him. He had heard of late bloomers though. Someone in his old school only presented a quirk when they were 8. 4 years late. Everyone was shocked. How late? He asked. Midoriya went redder, like, really late. Like, the first time I used it was at the UA entrance exam. And then I basically broke all my bones while I was at it cause I didn't know how to use it. It's a miracle I even got into this school, really. He huffed a little laugh, as Shinsou's eyes widened in disbelief. That's impossible. No one gets a quirk at that. That's impossible. Midoriya let out a choked laugh. Yeah, that's what I thought too. Shinsou suddenly remembered the sports festival. He remembered his match against Midoriya. He remembered what he had said to him. Calling him a lucky bastard. Born with a perfect quirk. Having everything come easily to him. He'd said that to a boy who'd had it even worse than him. So yeah, the green boy shrugged. Basically what I'm trying to say is, since I was quirkless before then, everyone just laughed when I said I wanted to be a hero. But heroes like Mr. Aizawa made me think maybe it was still possible, you know? And once we're all pros, you'll probably be some other little kid's Eraserhead, you know. Shinsou couldn't look away from the boy scribbling in his notebook who was basically saying everything Shinsou had ever thought himself. Everything he wanted to be. Eraserhead had been his hero long before he had even met him. Long before he had been adopted by him. Because of this exact reason. Shinsou tried to shake himself out of this stupor, and he cleared his throat. You seem pretty sure that I'll be a hero with you guys. Well, of course. He said it like it was the most obvious thing. You're already one of the strongest people in this class, Shinsou. And with your dad training you, you'll be unstoppable. I can't wait to see how great you become. Goddamn this boy. Shinsou swallowed hard for what felt like the fifth time during this conversation. He wished that didn't mean as much to him as it did. He really wished he wasn't fighting the urge to start sniffling. No one had ever said anything like that to him, beside his parents of course. At home, his sister never shut up about the hero Deku, who, along with Lemillion, was the best hero in the world and how he was also the best person in the world and how she loved him so much. He had thought that it was just the ramblings of a starstruck little girl, but now, after one conversation with this kid, Shinsou was ready to join Ai in her Deku fan club. Shinsou managed to let out a small smile at the boy across from him, and he nodded his head. Thank you. It's all he knew how to say at that moment. But he really meant it. Midoriya beamed at him, which only made Shinsou's own smile widen a little bit more. Midoriya went back to scribbling in his notebooks, but Shinsou couldn't go back to schoolwork so easily. There was still something that was really eating at him. Something making him absolutely hate himself. You know, more than usual. He sighed heavily, and cleared his throat. Midoriya? The boy looked up immediately. Yeah? Hitoshi sighed again. At the sports festival, he forced himself to say, the things I said to you dash. Oh, don't worry about that, he shook his head. I was cruel, he said, you had gone through the same discrimination as me. Having a villain's quirk and having no quirk are hated almost at the same level in this society. And still I accused you of dash. You didn't know any of that, though. Midoriya stopped him. You had every right to be mad about how quirks are judged at this school. Shinsou looked down, but still. I'm sorry. Midoriya smiled at him. Besides, you were kinda right about me, you know, he shrugged. I am really lucky. I mean, even though my quirk came late, it did eventually come. And I've had so many people helping me out along the way. People who believed in me, you know? And now, you have that too. Shinsou raised his eyebrows. I do, heh? Heh, he grinned. I mean, Mr. Aizawa obviously. But he's your dad, you already know how great he is at teaching and caring about us. Even though he tries to pretend he doesn't. And also this whole class. We've always got each other's backs here. And we help each other out and encourage each other all the time. I didn't have any friends growing up, so it was quite a shock going from that to having all these people all of a sudden care about me, but it really is amazing. You're gonna love it, trust me. He finished with a grin, and went back to his work. Eventually, Shinsou managed to do the same, not even trying to ignore the smile on his own face. A couple of hours later, Midoriya was on his last math problem. Hitoshi hadn't needed to help that much at all, the guy was crazy smart, when his phone chimed. He looked at his phone and beamed. The bra burning is about to start, he told Shinsou. Several minutes later, Midoriya had packed his things and left them in his own room next door, and the two made their way downstairs. The common room was filling up, and a disapproving-looking Aizawa was standing by the door. How the girls had eventually convinced him to let this happen, Shinsou would never know. But he knew that it probably hadn't been this hard. Aizawa loved these guys. He denied it daily, refusing to admit to feeling anything but standard teacherly affection, but that was a straight-up lie, and everyone knew it. In the beginning, Hitoshi couldn't help but feel a little jealous of Class 1A. He had been adopted just before starting at UA, having been fostered by Aizawa and Yamada for several months before that. And then when school stared, and his dad almost died protecting this class, Hitoshi couldn't help but hate them just a little bit. He knew it wasn't their fault that they were attacked, but still. He couldn't help it. He couldn't help that the man he had only just started to call had almost given his life for a bunch of other kids. As Eraserhead's biggest fan, Hitoshi knew that what he had done was incredible and heroic. But as Aizawa's son, he couldn't help but wish his dad had worried about himself a little too. And then he noticed his new father start to care more and more for his homeroom class. He saw the class go through ordeal after ordeal, with Aizawa right there with them. Fighting for them and protecting them, and eventually, loving them. And Hitoshi had been scared that that would mean there would be less love for him. It was the first time in his life that he was feeling any kind of parental love, and he didn't want to lose it to these kids. These hero kids who were living his dream, and who he then became jealous of for more than one reason. One night, after going several days without sleep and in a foul mood, Shinsou had accidentally ranted on about his fears to his parents, saying some things he wished he could take back, and generally acting like a spoilt brat who didn't want to share his dad. He had been sure that he had crossed a line then, but instead of being yelled at for his disrespect and sent back into the system like he had thought, he just got a hug. A three-person, suffocating, overly emotional, and downright amazing hug. Aizawa wasn't much with the words when it came to being kind and reassuring, or at least, that's what he told himself, but that day he had brought Hitoshi to tears. "You're my son, Hitoshi. You are. My students mean a lot to me, and fine, I guess I'll admit that I do care about them. Probably a lot more than I should. But that does nothing to take away from the way I love you, do you understand? I love you. And no matter how many problem children I care for, you are my son, and I love you." It had taken Hitoshi a little too long to believe him completely, but he had eventually gotten there. He had eventually believed that Aizawa's love wasn't divided between his class and Hitoshi, but rather he just had a heart big enough for them all in there. And so when Aizawa had brought home a little girl with an even more traumatizing past than Hitoshi's, and their little family expanded by one, Hitoshi didn't get worried about having to share his dad and his papa. Instead, he too finally understood that loving another person didn't take away from the love he felt for his parents in the slightest. Instead, his heart only got bigger, making plenty of room for his new little sister. And Ai's mere presence only further exposed just how incredibly soft Aizawa Shouter was for his kids. All 21 of them. So now, Shinsou was no longer jealous when he saw his dad caring for his class. Just amused. It became even more apparent when he, the hard-hearted, no-nonsense-taking Aizawa Shouter, couldn't even bring himself to say no when surrounded by 6 teenage girls with big pleading eyes asking nicely if they could please burn their bras. Shinsou would be telling Papa all about this later. He was always the best at teasing his husband about his big soft heart. The burning was to take place outside. Mr. Aizawa made it very clear that he did not approve of this one bit, but seeing as they refused to listen to him, then they had better not start any fires inside again. Shinsou frowned at that again, but decided to ask about it later. Their teacher stood by the doorway. "You're dim right, you need supervision. Just because I don't approve doesn't mean I'm going to leave you to burn yourselves to death," as the 20 students surrounded the unsettlingly large pile of underwear. The process was going to be quick. Todoroki would start a small fire, while the girls tossed their items into it and watched them burn with every memory of Mineta. Once everything was all burnt up, they would all go back inside and have a quiet dinner. Simple really. But when had things ever been simple with these guys? Their first mistake was letting Ashido close to the fire. Once everything was up in flames, and the cheers were ringing out, Mina grew overexcited and decided that she wanted to participate in the actual burning too. So with gleeful laughter, she aimed her hands at the fire and shot out some acid. There were several shouts of protest, but they were all a second too late. The fire tripled in size in only a split second. And if it weren't for the scarf that wrapped around and yanked at those closest to the explosion, there would have been several very intense burn victims in Recovery Girl's room. Everyone shrieked at the rapidly growing fire, and Todoroki, thinking quickly, shot out his right arm. He meant to only throw enough ice to stop the fire, but he ended up creating a particularly large glacier that doused the flames, but also encased several surrounding trees in impenetrable ice. Everyone blinked up at the ice that was casting a pretty large shadow over themselves and the dorms. Mr. Aizawa released those in his capture weapon, and glared red eyes at his class. "Everyone! Inside! Now!" They all filed in quietly, hiding little giggled and grins. As angry as Mr. Aizawa was, the things were burnt, and no one had ended up with Recovery Girl, and so the bra burning was considered a success. Mr. Aizawa tried to send them to bed immediately, because, "I told you not to burn things and you didn't listen and look what happened." But after several protests of, "But what about dinner?" and "It's not even 6, and but sensei," the class managed to convince him to forgive Ashido for her lack of understanding that maybe acid and fire was not a good combination. Whether Aizawa really just gave in, or whether he was too tired to argue anymore, was anyone's guess. After standing outside with Todoroki while he melted his ice and thawed out the trees, and making sure once again that no one had been touched by the fire, Aizawa trudged off to his upstairs apartment, looking absolutely exhausted as the elevator closed in front of him. Never again would Hitoshi ever question why his dad was so tired all the time. It was the first day, and already the man deserved a vacation and as much sleep as he wanted. And also probably a raise. What Class 2A had failed to mention to Mr. Aizawa is that their idea of a quiet dinner was more like pizza and soda in the common room, with maybe some music playing and maybe a movie or two if they could convince Ida to let them stay a little after lights out. It wasn't a party though, Ashido assured Shinsou. No, apparently he'd know if it was a party. This was just dinner. But for Shinsou, who had never shared a meal with more than 3 people in his life, it sure felt like a party. Now, pizza for 20 hungry teenagers was bound to be a little pricey, so Shinsou was kinda surprised when the pizza was delivered and set out, and no one had come to him about pitching in. He mustered up the courage to ask Midoriya about how much he owed, but the boy just shook his head. Oh, don't worry about it, Shinsou. Xiaoto, Momo, and Tenya are paying. Shinsou raised an eyebrow at that. It's just, they're like stupid rich, and it's like they're always trying to give their money away somehow, so the 3 of them end up treating us to stuff like this all the time. Shinsou thought about the 3 in question. Well, it was true. The names Todoroki, Ida, and Yorozu were known all around Asia, so it made sense that their families were wealthy, but still. He didn't know how to feel about leeching off his rich classmates when he had literally just got here. We all felt pretty weird about it in the beginning. Midoriya seemed to know what he was thinking, but they insist, and it's really hard to say no to free pizza, you know. That, Shinsou understood well enough. So he just shrugged and grabbed a slice. And so that's how late that evening found Shinsou on the floor in the common room surrounded by boxes upon boxes of pizza, bottles of soda and an assortment of snacks, with the rest of Class 2A, all of them somehow squashed between 3 couches and the floor space in front of a TV that was on but completely ignored. People moved around the room like clockwork, while Shinsou stuck to his spot in front of the couch like a lifeline. However, he always had someone next to him. He tried to keep to the background as much as possible, but as was inevitable in this class, he was always some way, somehow, pulled back into whatever conversation was taking place. Even after the pizza ran out, and the soda bottles emptied, and the TV was muted, the class stayed in the common room, talking away as if they hadn't been in the dorms all weekend already. At some point, Yorozu went to the kitchen and came back with several pots of tea and popped 20 teacups out of her arms. Yeah, Shinsou would never get used to seeing that. He sat with a cup of the most delicious tea he had ever had, and the party, or absolutely not a party according to Ashido, seemed to be finally winding down. Everyone was on the floor now, light blankets draped everywhere. Shinsou found himself wedged between Uraraka and Kaminari, who hadn't moved from Shinsou's side in a while. Half of Hitoshi was so uncomfortably hot that he wanted to blonde boy to move, but the other half of him knew that he'd kinda hate it if he actually did. Ojuru lay in front of Kaminari while the other boy absent-mindedly played with his tail. Todoroki and Midoriya were basically on top of each other, covered in a suspiciously small blanket, and Shinsou couldn't even tell which limbs belonged to who under there. Their closeness was only rivaled by Bakugo and Kirishima, with the former leaning back onto the red-headed boy's chest and refusing to move even to let him comfortably drink his tea. Aomar had claimed the table for himself and was draped over it as if he was waiting to be painted. Tokoyami, who had been scolding everyone for using Shuji's arms for hugging privileges, was now the one perched in his embrace, and it didn't look like he was about to go anywhere anytime soon. Zero had his head on Kuda's lap while his long legs spread over Mina and Zu. Everyone was draped over each other in some way or other, in a way that only people who were unbelievably comfortable around each other could be. Are you sure Bakugo and Kirishima are the only couple in this class? He muttered to Denki next to him. Well, officially, yeah, he nodded, mumbling back, but there's tons of others who are either keeping it a secret or just really into each other. Hey. Like, you obviously know about Todoroki and Midoriya's obliviously pining for each other situation, he supplied. Obviously, nodded Hitoshi. Yeah, then there's those two. Kaminari discreetly pointed to Jiru and Yorozu who were sharing a pillow on the floor as they talked quietly. Jiru's totally in love with Momo. I mean, look how she looks at her. And Momo's the smartest person in the class, but she's still dumb enough to think that Jiru's just a really good friend. They'll get there eventually. And them, he gestured to Shuji and Tokoyami, they are absolutely inseparable. Like, it's scary, I don't think I've ever seen one without the other. And Fumikage always likes climbing him or sitting on him or just somehow being on top of him. But he blames that on his bird instincts, but come on. How obvious can you be? But neither of them will ask each other out because they are both totally insecure. You know, Fumi's a bird and Mizu. Well, I dunno what Mizu's problem is actually, 'cause he's totally hot. Hitoshi found himself nodding along, as Denki continued. And then there's Hagakure. She has a crush on Ojiru, but apparently she's convinced that I have a crush on him too, so she won't do anything. Plus the whole invisibility thing makes her real shy about crushes and stuff. Even though I'm pretty sure she's totally hot under all that light refraction. Hitoshi nodded once more, and then cleared his throat. So, do you? Do I what? Asked Denki. Have a crush on Ojiru? He scoffed. What? No way, he's just my bro. I think it's 'cause I'm always clinging on his tail and people get the wrong idea. But it's so soft and so strong, I can't resist. Even as he said it, Denki nuzzled his cheek into the fluffy end on the tail in his lap. It was maybe the most adorable thing Hitoshi had ever seen. He had to look away to keep from smiling. He had a effing reputation after all. So yeah, that's basically it as far as I know. Good to know, Hitoshi nodded. So what about you? Shinsou turned to him. What about me? You got your eye on anyone? He wiggled his eyebrows, and Shinsou swallowed, looking away again. I just got here, he said. Oh yeah, true. Denki nodded, fluffing the tail. Besides, I'm not into any of that. Oh. Denki nodded. Oh, okay, cool. Zero identifies as asexual too, so dash. No, that's not. I'm not asexual. I just want to concentrate on school and stuff. No distractions, you know? Oh yeah, totally. That's totally cool, yeah. That's great, he was still nodding. Cool. Denki cleared his throat before speaking again. So what are you? He asked. Shinsou looked at him with a raised eyebrow. What do you mean? Like if you're not asexual. What do you like? Like? Shinsou blinked. Oh shit, that's a weird question. Sorry, you don't have to answer that, I didn't mean to dash. No, it's fine, he rubbed his neck again. I don't know, I like what I like. Don't have an actual preference. So pan, I guess. Oh cool, Denki nodded a few times. Cool, I get that. Everyone's so hot. Especially in 2A. Like, everyone in this class is really hot. All of you. Shinsou snorted. Yeah, you guys are a pretty good-looking class. Denki just kept nodding. He was nodding a lot. Yeah. Totally. Yeah. Cool. Hitoshi nodded at his cooling slice of pizza. And the two sat in silence. Hitoshi didn't know why it was uncomfortable. Silence was one of his favorite things. Well, it was before today anyway. He cleared his throat, rubbing his neck, before speaking up. And you? Denki's head snapped up to him. Me? Yeah. You into anyone? No, he said too loudly, and then cleared his throat, lowering his voice. Nope, not at all. No, I don't like anyone. At all. Why? Why do you ask? Well, you asked me. Oh right, yeah I did. Denki laughed shakily. I forgot. 2A group chat. Tailmen, holy shit, are you guys hearing this? Sugarman, I missed most of it, but I got that last part. Uravity, are we talking about Denki's attempt at flirting? Uravity, cause ouch. Anima. Earphone jack. Denki, this is sad. Invisible girl, oh my god, right? Tentacle, we can all hear you, and you are not doing well. Can't stop twinkling. I thought flirting was his forte, Shuri. What is happening? Pinky, I think I know what the problem is. Earphone jack, well enlighten us, because if I have to watch Denki embarrass himself any more I'm gonna cry. Pinky, flirting is what he does with every random person, but he can't do it properly if he actually likes the guy. Cellophane, yeah. Feelings has made him dumb. Earphone jack. Read. Dumber than usual. Deku. Oh come on guys, he's not that bad. Froppy. Izuku has opened and closed his mouth about 8 times and nothing has come out. Deku. Okay yeah, you right, it's bad. Creati. Someone help him, this is making me sad. Tsukuyomi. No, let him suffer like the rest of us, it will build character. Tentacle. What exactly are you suffering from? You know, besides the usual demons. Tsukuyomi. Tsukuyomi has deleted a message. Shouto. This is so sad. King Explosion Murder. Once again, you have no right to talk. Shouto. Shouto has deleted a message. Chargebolt. Wow, so you're really just gonna call me out like this here? Shinsou was on his 3rd cup of tea, and the class was acting as weird as usual. They were all still having their conversations, but they were also all typing on their phone, making him think that maybe a whole other conversation was happening over there. The only one relatively affected by it though, was Denki. His face was red and scowling as he stabbed at his keyboard, looking up and glaring at people at random intervals. Shinsou was at least grateful for the lull in conversation. Now he could stare into space for a while and recharge his social battery. The battery he didn't even know he had, mind you, but was already woefully overexerted. He wanted to go to bed. He probably wasn't going to sleep or anything, but just lying in bed in the dark seemed very tempting right now. But he knew that he would feel bad just leaving like that. Maybe it was his lifetime of having no friends, or even acquaintances, but Shinsou didn't really want to disappoint these people. And his leaving early would probably disappoint them. They were weird like that. They were a very strange group of people, was Class 2A. Hitoshi was being reminded of that with every passing minute. He was dragged away from his thoughts when he felt a nudge at his foot, and he blinked next to him. Kaminari was looking at him with a frown. You okay, man? Shinsou frowned back and nodded. Why? I dunno, you just looked kinda zoned out. Shinsou shook his head. No, I was just thinking. You wouldn't know anything about that, Denki. Goddammit Jiru, why you always gotta drag me like this? The boy threw his hands up. You're just too easy, dude, the girl smirked. What were you thinking about? Hagakure asked Shinsou from across the room. And just like that, all eyes were suddenly on him. Damn it. Just stuff, he said, like the true conversationalist he was. Stuff? Ashido tilted her head. Yeah, he shrugged, and decided to actually tell the truth. Just, you guys are a lot. They really are, aren't they? Tokoyami nodded his head solemnly. I'm pretty sure you're included in this mad banquet of darkness, Shuji scoffed. Tokoyami looked horribly offended. How dare you use my own lines against me? Yes, these people do tend to be overwhelming. Ida nodded at Shinsou. What were your friends from Class C like? Asked Kirishima. I mean, we're all just teenagers, we can't be all that different. Trust me, you are, Shinsou assured him. Class C is nothing like this. What are they like? Kaminari joined in. God, why the hell were they so curious? How was he supposed to answer these questions? He had no idea what they were like. He was never invited to any study sessions or common room hangouts or movie nights. He spent all his time in his own dorm and only interacted when doing group projects that were forced upon them. And even then, still keeping interaction to a bare minimum. How did he say all that without sounding as pathetic as he felt? But still, these people were waiting for an answer, so he sighed. Well, I don't know what they were like. We weren't really friends. There. Now drop it. Well, they seemed to be cheering you on enough at the festival last year, Seitu frowned. Yeah, well, that was because general studies was getting some spotlight. But that was basically it. Why? Uraraka frowned. Jesus Christ, what was with these people? Shinsou let out a sigh with gritted teeth. They didn't like my quirk. No big deal. Well, that's stupid, your quirk's awesome. Denki scoffed as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. It's brainwashing. Hitoshi said slowly, trying to get it through theses people's skulls. I could make anyone do anything just by talking to them. So naturally, people would rather I not talk to them in case I make them my slaves or something. Yeah, but You wouldn't do that. Midoriya frowned. People actually think you would do that. Shinsou looked at the green-haired boy, and then the rest of the class. They all seemed genuinely confused. As if people being afraid of brainwashing couldn't possibly be a thing. I had to wear a muzzle throughout elementary school and most of middle school before my dads found out and took me somewhere else, he found himself saying. Why was he saying this? He had no idea. But the fact that this class didn't seem to get his isolation didn't sit well with him. Wait, hold up, I'm sorry, did you say muzzle? Zero sat up so quickly he spilled his tea. Everyone was gaping at him in shock. Yeah, well, the kids didn't want me to talk. Villain quirk, you know? And when the teachers found out they just kinda agreed with them. What the actual F dash? Bakugu spat. Oh my god, honey, are you kidding? Yorozu looked scandalized. That is seriously messed up. Shuji shook his head as he spoke through one of his tentacles. Shinsou shrank back from the angry, concerned protests coming his way, tightening his hands around his cooling tea as he shrugged. Hey, chill, it's cool. Everyone gets bullied at some point, right? Not like that. Uraraka slammed her fist to the floor. That's just horrible. The protests kept coming, and Shinsou kept trying to shrink himself, and it would be great if they would all stop concentrating on him now, please and thank you. Hey man, kids can be DS, he muttered. As if by answered prayer, a voice spoke up over the chatter. It's true. Midoriya said, the kids at my old school used to practice their quirk on me all the time, since I didn't have one. They said they were practicing to be heroes, and since I loved heroes so much I believed them and thought I was helping. Same as when they'd beat me up and say we were training. He frowned suddenly and let his shoulders fall. Wow, I was really stupid back then. Seemingly out of nowhere, Asui's tongue reached out and slapped Bakugu upside the head. To Shinsou's shock, the blonde did nothing, just rubbed at the spot he was hit as glared at the ground. Sorry babe, but you deserve that, Kirishima said from behind him. Yeah, I know, he muttered. Midoriya smiled sweetly at Shinsou, nodding a little, and Shinsou realized that the boy had seen him get uncomfortable and had caused a distraction. He smiled, dude, that's F-ed. And Midoriya effing giggled, bullied bros. He grinned, raising his hand for a high five. And Shinsou couldn't help his little grin. Bullied bros, he retuned the high five, albeit with much less enthusiasm. Hey, I want to join, Todoroki spoke up. Does it count if the bully is your father? Sure. Midoriya grinned. Bullied bros, he deadpanned, holding out his hand and forcing Shinsou to join in another high five. Okay, this is all very concerning. Ida cried. It seems that you people are undermining the seriousness of these situations. We're just used to it, shrugged Todoroki. Besides, I'm pretty sure Endeavor being a bully is common knowledge. Yeah, but to other heroes, not to his kid, Ojuru frowned. Midoriya suddenly looked very angry. Endeavor is the worst person in the world and I think we should all just kill him. His angry face would have been cute if he didn't look like he was completely serious. No murder please, Izuku, said Yorozu. Yeah, maybe just a slight beating, nodded Uraraka. No, it's got to be murder, Midoriya continued. Plus, I'm pretty sure Shoto and his siblings would be cool with it, right? We wouldn't mind at all, confirmed Todoroki. Shinsou had to agree with Ida here. This was slightly concerning. I didn't know you had siblings, Todoroki. Hagekyu spoke up. For some reason, I can't image Endeavor with more kids. I have 2 older siblings, Todoroki replied. Well, technically 3, but he shrugged. The room waited. But what? Asked Hagekyu after a while. Well, Tuia's probably dead, but I'm not actually sure. The room suddenly went into a confused silence, and they all looked at each other in confusion. Wait, what? Blinked Emma. How can you not know? Todoroki was still focused on his cup of tea, and hadn't seemed to notice that everyone was frowning at him. Well, I haven't seen him in about 8 years. We were pretty close because he's the only one I was allowed to see once I developed my quirk and started training. We trained together because we were the only ones with Endeavor's fire, but then Tuia would refuse to fight me because I was only 5, and the old man got real mad at that. A few years later he just disappeared and Endeavor told us that he died, and after that we weren't allowed to talk about him. The silence was palpable. While Todoroki just kept stirring his tea, Natsuo is convinced that Endeavor actually killed him, but we can't prove it, so guess we'll never know. Todoroki sipped his tea, and it's only then that he seemed to realize that no one had talked in a while. He finally looked up and went still at all the wide eyes that were staring at him. What? He blinked. Still, silence. Until Bakugo blinked. Dude, what the actual F dash? Todoroki blinked again. What? So there's a lot to unpack here. Yorozu set down her cup. Yeah, mainly, what the actual F, muttered Jiru. What? What did I say? Todoroki turned to Midoriya for help. Unfortunately, said boy looked like he was very close to crying. Is that really what happened? I thought you just didn't like to talk about Tuya. Not that he. Midoriya let his head fall as he sniffed. No, why are you crying? Todoroki grabbed his shoulder. Your brother just disappeared. Denki threw his hands up, horrified. And you legit think your dad might have killed him? Todoroki, what the F dash, that's not okay. Oh. The boy seemed a bit lost. I'm sorry. No. Ida snapped, you shouldn't be sorry. The real question is, how bad is your father that you genuinely believe he might have killed one of his children? Todoroki just blinked. Why don't you ask your mom, Ribbit? Asui blinked. I've heard you talk about her a few times, maybe she would know. Todoroki frowned. Well, she lives in a mental hospital and we try not to mention Endeavor when we visit her. Again, silence fell, and this time Todoroki swallowed hard. Did I say something wrong again? Dude, what the F dash? Bakugo frowned again. What? Todoroki asked again, seemingly not understanding the fuss. Your mom's in a mental hospital? Asked Uraraka quietly. Todoroki shrugged. Well yeah, after she burned my face, Endeavor locked her up in there for damaging his best creation. Again, a haunted silence fell. Shinsou shook his head. Do you hear yourself? Why are you talking like this is normal? Todoroki blinked. That's a burn. Kirishima said softly, I thought it was just a cool part of your quirk. Todoroki looked genuinely confused at everyone's horrified shock. He looked to Midoriya. I thought you told them. Why would I tell them? He sniffed. You won't even let me tell Mr. Aizawa. Todoroki blinked. I thought everyone knew everything about everyone in this class. There was a silence as Todoroki made an effort not to make any eye contact. Are we just gonna skip over that best creation bit? Shuji said quietly. Once again, the class was quiet as they processed. So, I'm guessing that you being half ice half fire wasn't really an accident, here. Kaminari all but whispered. Todoroki looked around at everyone's crestfallen faces. He didn't look like he wanted to talk anymore, but he swallowed anyway. Well, no. His goal was always to produce a child with half ice, half fire, straight down the middle. That's why he married my mother. And that's why he kept having kids. He didn't really need her after I developed my quirk, so I'm guessing that why it was so easy to send her away. Silence, once again, enveloped the room. Todoroki swallowed hard. Let's talk about something else now, he mumbled into his tea. Eyes darted around the room as they waited for someone, anyone, to say something. So I sent my sister that video of me doing a backflip. Kirishima piped up loudly. She immediately asked if I had been brainwashed into doing it. She has that little faith in me. He shook his head in disappointment. Well, she was right, shrugged Uraraka. Yeah, your sister sounds a lot smarter than you, scoffed Bakugo, considering she's only 9. Kirishima slapped his arm lightly, telling him to shut up. From the corner of his eye, Shinsou saw Midoriya hug Todoroki close to him with arm, and Todoroki looked down at him with a little smile. Well, at least the distraction was working. You're lucky your sister's smart. Shinsou found himself speaking up. Mine's an idiot. Adorable, but real dumb. You have a sister? Asked Kaminari. Shinsou nodded. A while ago she wouldn't stop crying because she hadn't been invited to our dad's wedding. Well, I'd be sad too if I wasn't invited to my dad's wedding, shrugged Hagakure. Shinsou sighed. They've been married for 10 years. She's 6. Ah, nodded Asui, truly a dummy. The room snickered as they stared, talking about their own siblings. Next to him, Uraraka leaned over, close to his. Are you talking about Eri? She whispered. Shinsou nodded with a little smile, and Uraraka grinned. I love her. Everyone does, he nodded. Wait, did you say Eri? Jiru asked from across the room. Uraraka slapped a hand over her mouth. You and your super hearing, she hissed. Jiru just frowned at Shinsou. Your sister's Eri? Shinsou blinked a few times, and said nothing. He noticed Midoriya's eyes widen, and Bakugo huff out a laugh as he let his head fall back. Like they knew what was coming. Wait, Eri? Yorozu frowned. Doesn't Eri live with Mr. Aizawa? Ida slapped a hand to his head, and Shinsou sighed slowly. No way. Not again. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she does, nodded Seitu. Togota's always asking me to make her some candy apples and he gives them to Mr. Aizawa to take to her. He's basically adopted her. The class frowned as their minds worked. Denki winced as he looked at Hitoshi apologetically, knowing where this was going. And Shinsou just shook his head. You have got to be kidding. Wait a second. Hagakure was the first to speak up. If Eri's your sister, and Eri's basically been adopted by Sensei. Nope. No way, he was not doing this again. Not today. Shinsou stood up all too quickly. Well, this has been great. I'm gonna go to bed now, good night. He turned and walked out of the common room as quickly as he could, the voices picking up in volume behind him as the rest of the class came to the realization. He was aware that his booking it out of there was only making him more suspicious, but at this point, he didn't even care. On one hand, at least now the class had something else to think about besides Todoroki's horrifying revelations about his family. And on the other, Shinsou might just be at risk of getting expelled tomorrow. He really shouldn't be trusted with secrets anymore. As a chronic insomniac, Shinsou was very familiar with coffee and its effects. Although he had become immune by now, he still knew exactly how a caffeine drop felt. Several cups of coffee got you through most of the day with enough energy to function, but then as soon as that caffeine is gone, your body feels drained and dead and 10 times worse than before you'd even had the coffee. It was a familiar feeling. One that Shinsou had become accustomed to. He just hadn't thought that caffeine crashes also applied to other things. Things like social interaction. A moment alone. That's all Shinsou had wanted all day. Every moment of his day, since he walked through the doors of Class 2A, he had been surrounded. Surrounded by all these people who, for some god-forsaken reason, seemed to like him. Like his company. Or at the very least, his presence didn't repulse them. He had to admit, he quite enjoyed not being repulsive. He also quite enjoyed when people weren't afraid of him. God, he just got sadder with every moment, didn't he? The fact that all he wanted in classmates was people who weren't repulsed or afraid of him was ridiculously sad. And the fact that instead of that, he got Class 2A, was nothing short of perplexing. Perplexing and unbelievably overwhelming. Which is why as soon as he got to his room, he had thrown himself onto his bed, closed his eyes, and breathed. He had enjoyed the silence. The solitude. The fact that he was alone, finally. It was like instant relief to the chronically tired teenager, and he sighed in relief. That had lasted all of 10 minutes. Before he knew it, Hitoshi could feel his brain start to betray him as nagging doubts and fears started niggling at the edge of his mind. He was alone. He had silence. And solitude. And the relief he had been craving all day. So now why the hell did he feel the need to run back downstairs, grab a cup of Yorozu tea and sit back down next to Denki? Or even invite Midoriya back in here and ask to copy down his notes even if he didn't need them. Or ask to see Todoroki's conspiracy book, which apparently was very detailed and very interesting and slightly ridiculous. God, why the hell was he like this? Why was his mind like this? He thought that he had stopped craving social interaction years ago. He'd gotten so used to being alone that he had actually convinced himself that he didn't even want it. But now, he had gotten a taste of it, and he had soaked in every bit of it, but it had also dumbfounded and overwhelmed him so much he had wanted to run into his room all day. And now he was finally in his room, and was suddenly hit with this all-consuming loneliness. What in the hell was wrong with him? Why was he like this? Why did his brain do this? Couldn't he just make up his mind, goddammit? Hitoshi sat up, swinging his legs over the bed and gripping the bedsheets on either side of him. He looked up and saw the bookshelf near the window, and even through his muddled brain, he had no choice but to smile. He remembered when Kaminari and his friends had been in here helping him unpack. He remembered Kaminari packing away his books. Hey Hitoshi, I wanna pack your books up real nice, right? How do you think I should do it? Like your Harry Potter collection, do you want me to set them in alphabetical order or by color? But then again, they all start with Harry Potter, so alphabetical might be a bit hard. Also, I don't know what order colors come in, so that might be confusing too. So how do you want them? Hitoshi thought he was joking, and looked at him for a long time. But then he saw Bakugo shake his head slowly at him, as if daring him to say something mean. And Kaminari looking at him eagerly awaiting an answer. Shinsou blinked. I think chronological order would be good. Chronological, he said a little quietly before frowning a bit, biting his lip. He then looked up, how about in order of when they came out instead? Shinsou blinked again. Seriously, was he joking? He looked to the others again. Shiro and Kirishima had their heads in their hands, Ashido was sighing at Denki, amused, and once again, Bakugo was staring him down. A warning if Hitoshi ever saw one. Sure, he nodded, that would be great. Denki had given him a grin so wide it squinted his eyes shut, and then got to work packing up his books. Hitoshi smiled as he thought back. He hadn't known he so enjoyed Damaseiri until today. And almost every word out of Kaminari's mouth exuded absolute Damaseiri and he loved it. But if he listened close enough to the blonde, he would have a moment or two when he would say something incredibly smart. It was just a pity that most people weren't listening when that happened. Shinsou shook his head at himself. Thinking about Kaminari, no, he was thinking about his friends as a whole, not just him. That would be crazy, was not exactly helping his current situation of wishing he wasn't all alone in his room right now, while also knowing that being around a lot of people would spike up his anxious meter to its maximum. Besides, it's not like he could do anything about it right now. So he needed to calm the hell down. He was going to stay in his room all night, probably not sleep, wait for morning and then start his classes again. And hope to God that nothing had changed. Because fine, he had made up his mind now, he wanted them to like him. He so desperately wanted this class to like him. Not just out of curiosity or as a fluke or just to be nice, which is probably what was going on right now. If anything changed after the day he had had. If it turned out that they had changed his mind about him in any way. If Class 2A became anything like any other class he had had in his lifetime of schooling. God, it was hard to even think about. And damn it, he had thought himself into a panic again. Goddamn, what was wrong with him? Hitoshi sat at the edge of the bed, put his head between his knees and started breathing. Slowly and steadily, just like his therapist had told him. He had been opposed to therapy in the beginning, just like every teenager with issues. But, afraid of making his parents upset with him, he had agreed to it. He could now admit that maybe it kinda, sorta wasn't absolutely useless. He had taught Shinsou about these breathing exercises that had seemed pretty stupid at first, but actually sometimes calmed him down. He did them now. Not caring if he was being loud, no one could hear him anyway. He breathed deeply, and thought happy thoughts. He remembered how stupid that had sounded to him at first. But that had mainly been because he didn't have any happy thoughts. At all really. He had almost broken down that first time. When he was told to think happy thoughts and realized that he couldn't think of a DMN thing. But now there were plenty. So much he actually had to pick and choose. Because for all the misery he had faced at school the year before, he had been so DMN happy at home. He thought about that night when an on-patrol Eraserhead had found him beaten up and passed out in an alleyway with a GG shoved halfway down his throat. He'd spent that night in the hospital, and woken up with 2 worried heroes at his bedside. Within the week he had been removed from his foster home, had changed middle schools, and was living with Eraserhead and present MIC. He thought about that day when Aizawa and Yamada had asked to speak with him with those serious expressions on their faces, and Shinsou had just known that they were telling him that they were done fostering him and it was time for him to leave. Instead they asked him if he'd consider staying with them permanently, as if they were actually scared that he might actually say no. He had cried that night. And it was the first time he had ever done so while smiling. He thought about the moment he got his acceptance letter from UA. To general studies, yes, but still, he was a step closer to his dream. And with 2 encouraging parents, getting into the hero course didn't feel impossible anymore. He remembered the first time he had slipped up and called Izard, and waited for the scolding, but instead had received a smile and a sure, son. He thought about the night he had been watching TV with his family, and a newly adopted Eri had asked him what Nichan meant. And then proceeded to ask him if it was okay. If she called Hitoshi that. He thought about the night his dad had told him that he was moving to the hero course, and how he'd spent that night dripping tears into his annoyed cat's fur. Hitoshi breathed. Calmer than he had been a few minutes ago. Happy Thoughts was working. Thank God it was working. But his brain didn't seem to be done, and all of a sudden, more memories were invading his mind. Very recent memories. He remembered feeling a pair of arms wrap around his shoulders while Class 2A celebrated the expulsion of Mineta. He remembered Class 2A grinning at him with admiration after he had just finished brainwashing them all. He remembered sitting squashed in the cafeteria surrounded by chatter. He remembered Zero and Kirishima pulling him into a game of catch around his room after they found a stress ball in one of his boxes, only for the ball to be melted into acid while Mina ordered them to get back to work. He remembered sitting quietly with Midoriya, doing homework while the boy muttered under his breath. He remembered having Kaminari climb onto his back, nearly toppling them both over, and then laughing about it. He remembered Kaminari throwing an arm around his shoulder and making him spill his soda. He remembered Kaminari grinning as he flopped down next to Hitoshi on the common room floor. He remembered every time Kaminari winked at him. Or smiled at him. Oh! Hitoshi's eyes flew open. Where the hell did that come from? Why was Class 2A invading his happy thoughts? And why was Kaminari in almost all of them? This was new. And damn it, he was done with anything else new today. It was too much. It was all too much, F-. Now his breathing exercise was ruined and he was back to square one, and he let out an embarrassing whimper as his breathing spiked, once again. Because along with all those happy, when the hell did that happen, thoughts about 2A, came all those memories about him slipping up and blabbing his dad's secrets to all of them. Oh God, he couldn't believe he had done that. How could he have done that? A private life that his dad had kept under wraps for years, and Hitoshi had ruined that all in one effing day, goddamn. He remembered Dad's narrowed eyes every time there was a hint that they knew. F-, this breathing thing was supposed to help, not make it worse. He removed his fingers from the deadly grip they had on his hair and instead clasped them together. Pulling his hair out was bad and unhealthy, as he had learned in all that therapy. Find another outlet, Hitoshi. One that will help rather than harm. Hitoshi grabbed his phone, fumbling to get it open, and blinked his eyes, trying to get them to adjust to the light, and trying to get his fingers to stop shaking enough for him to get this done. With another breath, Hitoshi started typing. Eraser my C-fam group chat. Shinsou, the class knows Dad adopted me. And they also know that you are married. To a man. They don't know it's Papa, but they'll probably try. To FNID out. Shinsou, it's just I let SLP that I have 2 dads and then Todoroki had a conspiracy book and then it just slipped out and then LTR on Kirishima saw your caller ID when you called and then later I mentioned IHV a sister and Uraraka asked if it was Eri and Jiru heard and asked me about it and now everyone knows and I'm sorry. Shinsou, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to let it slip. I honestly thought I would be able to keep this a secret. But apparently I SCK at secrets. I just didn't know because I didn't anyone to tell them to before, but this class hasn't stopped talking to me since I got here, which is a whole issue in itself. Shinsou, really, I'm sorry, I honestly didn't mean to. Shinsou, please don't be too mad, I'm sorry. Shinsou, this isn't me trying to avoid punishment, I swear, and I'm not trying to make excuses or anything, I'm just saying sorry, that's all. Hitoshi tossed his phone aside and lay down, pressing the heels of his palms into his eyes. It made him see stars, which at least distracted him from the painful lump in his throat that had been ever present for the past couple hours. He hoped he'd said the right thing. He tended to over-explain things when he got like this. Years of having to avoid punishment for things he didn't do, he guessed. Except this time, he had done something. And he knew that whatever punishment he got would be deserved. But still, didn't mean he was any less scared. In the year he'd been adopted, and the several months prior he'd been fostered, he'd never actually been punished by his dads. Disciplined once in a while, sure. But never punished. He'd always been careful, even in the really bad homes. Especially in the very bad homes. But there had always been that part of him that really hadn't cared what they did or what they said or what they thought about him. That didn't apply to Aizawa and Yamada. He cared so much it hurt. He heard the vibrations coming from his phone, telling him that he was getting replies. Quite a few of them. He didn't dare look. He was still working on getting his breathing steady, as it had gone straight back to hyperventilating while texting. And every buzz from his phone only spiked his heart rate. But still, he did those breathing exercises and thought happy thoughts, and tried his hardest to keep Class 2A or Kaminari Denki out of them. And then, like the opposite of an answered prayer, there was a light knock on Hitoshi's door. Oh no. Please no. Not right now. He was not in a good state for visitors right now. He wasn't breathing right, and he was pretty sure he was deathly pale, and his eyes were probably a reddened mess. He just wanted to be alone. But also he didn't. What was wrong with him? The knock came again. Only a little harder than before, as if the person was building up some courage. Hitoshi swallowed hard. He didn't want to open the door. But he couldn't exactly call out for the person to go away. Mainly because he didn't want to be too rude, but also, he had no idea what his voice would sound like right now. And he didn't want to risk it breaking in the middle of calling out. At least maybe if he went to the door, he could make his eyes do that thing that made most people cower and leave him alone. Yeah, that usually worked. His phone buzzed again, and Hitoshi got up off the bed to run away from it. He arranged his face accordingly, and then opened the door. His expression, out of his control, softened immediately when he saw who was on the other side. Kuda! The tall boy nodded. He had a wobbly smile on his face, and a bunny curled in his arm. Hi Shinsou. His voice was so soft and so sweet, and Shinsou immediately wanted to remove any hint of hostility from his face. Can I help you? He asked. Kuda's smile wobbled a bit as he took a breath. It's your first night, he said softly, and well, first nights can be hard in a new place, so. Kuda quickly moved his arms out, flushing pink. Shinsou blinked at the bunny that had been shoved to his chest. This is Thomas. Kuda told him, I know it's a weird name for a bunny, but she picked it herself. Hitoshi lifted his own arms and took the bunny from Kuda. It was the softest thing he had ever felt, and he couldn't help his smile. She's adorable. Kuda nodded as he smiled. She can stay with you for the night, he continued. She's really a great comfort, and she likes getting cuddled, and she's very sweet, and she likes you already, he smiled. She just told me. Shinsou's eyes widened as he stared at the boy. Wait, you're letting her stay here? Kuda nodded. First nights can be hard, he repeated simply. He bent down and grabbed a bag from his feet. There's her snacks in there and some toys and her litter box. He handed the bag to Hitoshi, who took it with a dazed blink. And don't worry, the class won't bother you about Mr. Aizawa being your dad if you don't want to talk about it, Kuda said softly. Denki told us to leave you alone about it until you say otherwise. With that, Kuda patted Thomas on the head, waved a goodbye to Hitoshi and then scurried off to the elevators. Hitoshi stood there blinking for a little while before looking back down at the bunny in his arms. She was looking back up at him, nose twitching and little head tilted. Hello Thomas, Hitoshi said, in a voice softer than he would let anyone ever hear. The bunny pawed at his arm and squeaked up at him, and Shinsou smiled. He kicked his door closed and went back to his bed. He was more of a cat person, but he already knew that Thomas was his best friend forever now. He opened the bag and set up the litter box and set out some snacks on the floor and on his bed for her to take whenever she wanted. And then with a sigh, he went to sit back against the headboard of his bed. Thomas sat on top of him, skittering around his lap, and nuzzling up to him as if she just knew how much he needed it. And then Hitoshi grabbed his phone again. Kuda! Bringing Thomas had calmed him down without him even realizing he was calming down. Calm enough to now look at his phone without bursting a blood vessel. He picked Thomas up to rest under his chin as he pulled his legs up to his chest. And he took a breath. Eraser my C family group chat. Dadzawa, Hitoshi, we're not angry. Yamadad, stay calm son please. Try your breathing thing, I can feel you panicking from here. It's alright, just breath. Dadzawa, please don't work yourself up over this. I never expected this to stay hidden, Hitoshi. When you said you wouldn't tell the class, I expected it was to keep yourself out of the spotlight, not for the sake of my secrets. Dadzawa, the reason the class doesn't know about you or MIC is because I've never had reason to mention it, not because I'm keeping my family a secret. Dadzawa, being out of the public eye isn't the same as your friends knowing who your parents are. There's nothing wrong with that. Dadzawa, if I made you think I was angry throughout the day, that was not my intention and I'm sorry. I was just surprised that it took less than a day for those kids to find out. They're not that bright, as I'm sure you've noticed. Yamadad, you're not getting punished Hitoshi, you didn't do anything wrong. And even if you did, you know that's not how things work in this household. Dadzawa, Hitoshi, are you there? Dadzawa, Hitoshi. Dadzawa. Dadzawa, I'm gonna go down and check on him. Yamadad, no wait, what if he's with someone and you embarrass him? Yamadad, or what if he's sleeping? Dadzawa. Yamadad, okay fine, he's probably not sleeping. Dadzawa. Yamadad. Dadzawa, I'm gonna go check on him. Yamadad, yeah go. Shinsun, no it's fine, don't come down. I'm fine. Yamadad, Toshi. Dadzawa, are you alright? Shinsun, I'm fine. Dadzawa. Shinsun, I wasn't a few minutes ago, but I am now. Really? Shinsun, sorry for worrying you, it's just been a long day. Dadzawa, has anyone been giving you a hard time? Shinsun, no, chill. The opposite actually. They're all aggressively friendly. Shinsun, it seems kinda fake, but also not. Dadzawa, it's not fake, they're just like that. It is most irritating. Shinsun, yeah, they need to reel it in a bit. Being too nice can get you killed. Dadzawa, I'm trying to teach them that, they won't listen. Yamadad, well look at you two pretending not to love those kids. Dadzawa, I don't love them. Shinsun, I don't love them. Yamadad, GGGH. Dadzawa, what were you doing when you weren't answering? Shinsun, that breathing thing. Kinda helped and kinda didn't. Then Kuda came to my room and gave me his bunny for the night. Shinsun, so that's really helping. Dadzawa, yes, Thomas is a godsend. Yamadad, it's almost like Kuda knew that's exactly what you needed. Yamadad, which he probably did. He was probably getting his little bug friends to spy on you, so he knew what to do. Yamadad, I effing knew it, that kid is a sly cryptid. There's no way anyone can be that cute without a hidden agenda. Dadzawa, first of all, how dare you even suggest that Kuda Kuji is anything less than perfect? Shinsun, you take that back, even I know that Kuda is purity in its rarest form and I've only known him for a day. Dadzawa, tell him son. Shinsun, hell yeah. Yamadad, Shouter, are you sure you didn't get some woman PIET15 and then just readopted your own son? Just tell me I can take it. Dadzawa, not this again. Shinsun, that's the theory in Todoroki's conspiracy book. He explained it to me after asking if I was Aizawa's secret love child. Dadzawa, that kid I swear. Yamadad, Hitoshi, you have got to get me that conspiracy book, I need to see what's in there. Dadzawa, you really don't. Shinsun, so you guys really aren't mad? Dadzawa, not at all. Although I still can't believe you caved so quickly. They got to you quicker than I thought they would. Yamadad, not here to make friends. Ha, dumbass. Shinsun, shut up, leave me alone. Yamadad, do you feel stupid Hitoshi? You should feel stupid Hitoshi. Shinsun, Papa ISTG. Yamadad, I effing told you, didn't I? But no one ever listened to MIC. He's too good looking, there can't possibly be a brain in there, but I was right. Ha! Shinsun at Dadzawa, Papa called me during lunch asking me to get him weed from a student. Yamadad, you little effing brat, how could you? Dadzawa has left the chat. Yamadad has added Dadzawa. Yamadad, Shouter, you try to leave this group every day, just give it up baby, it's not happening. Hitoshi smiled at his phone screen. He took a breath as he finally lay down. Setting Thomas on the pillow next to him, letting his fingers brush through her fur as she nuzzled into his neck and face, he closed his eyes, lulled by the buzzing that kept coming from his phone in intervals as his dads kept arguing. The buzzing by his pillow and the bunny on his face somehow made a magical combination, because soon after that, Shinsou Hitoshi fell into the deepest sleep he had had in a long time. When morning came, Hitoshi knocked on Kuda's door to, regrettably, return Thomas. He thanked the shy boy as he got one more bunny kiss. The two walked onto the school campus together, and Hitoshi was surprised not to see any of their classmates on the way. When they arrived at the classroom, however, he saw why. Everyone was gathered around Mina's desk. The girl wore dark sunglasses and a serious expression as she spoke with authority. Kuda and Shinsou stood at the doorway, and Kuda sighed. I don't think they're leaving it alone. He shook his head. Sorry, Shinsou. The boy made his way to his seat, and Hitoshi approached the huddled group cautiously. So we all know our positions, yes? Mina nodded. Everyone nodded, except Ida, who had his head on his desk in the ultimate sign of giving up. So we go in strong, surprise him a bit, then mellow it down throughout the day. We pepper in some guilt, a little bit of shame, and then Midoriya and Kirishima slam him with their baby tears, and then we end with a bang, and then he'll have no choice but to tell us. Got it, guys? Good. Now let's do this. Plus ultra, the class shouted. Shinsou sighed, oh my god. The class sprung away from the desk, their eyes widening as they all saw him for the first time. What the hell are you people doing? He said tiredly. I had nothing to do with it, I swear. Denki waved his arms immediately. Bakugu scoffed. F off, dunce face, your step 6. Denki glared. You couldn't leave him one friend, could you, Kaken? Shinsou turned to Midoriya, knowing that he would be most likely to cave. He wasn't wrong. After a few seconds stare, the boy squeaked, we're trying to find out who your papa is, he admitted. I tried to stoke them, I really did. Ida lifted his head a bit. We won't have to do it if you would just us who it is, Ida. Todoroki crossed his arms, and Ida just glared back. Don't worry though, Shinsou, Zu spoke up, the plan doesn't involve you at all, so Mr. Aizawa won't know anything about how you blabbed about his secrets. We're gonna be very subtle about it and you can just pretend to be clueless, K, said Hagakure. It's a 12-step plan, there's nothing subtle about it. Shuji told him. I tried to be the voice of reason. Tokoyami bowed his head at Shinsou, but eventually, I too was swept up in the curiosity of our sensei's marital status. I apologize in advance for my participants and my role in step 4. Shinsou just blinked wearily at the class in front of him, and he had to admit, he was having a hard time fighting off a smile. He made his way over to his desk. Well, good luck, I guess, he told them. We could avoid all of this if you would just tell us, shrugged Jiru. Shinsou flashed her a look. No? Okay, cool. Please, return to your seats everyone, sensei will arrive any minute now. For once, everyone listened to Ida, and made their way to their tables. Not long after, they heard slow, heavy footsteps, with the telltale drag of a sleeping bag. Okay, he's coming. Ashido adjusted her black shades. Uraka, you're up. He'll probably be distant and a bit mean, but keep at it. Uraraka nodded with fierce determination. Got it. Shinsou held back the urge to lay his head on the desk, and then Aizawa finally walked in through the door. Uraraka wasted no time. Sensei, can I ask you a question? Aizawa sighed. Not even gonna wait for me to get to my desk. Here, he shook his head. What is it, Uraraka? The girl took a deep breath. Who are you married to, sir? She blurted out. Aizawa turned to the pink-cheeked girl. And with the most deadpanned expression, he answered. Present MIC. Okiko choked. Ashido's shades fell off her face as her mouth popped open. Midoriya's hands slapped over his mouth. The class was shocked into silence. Shinsou's shoulders shook as he laughed in silence. Ida, start roll call, Mr. Aizawa said, hiding a smirk that could easily be detected by anyone who looked hard. Enough, I'm taking a nap. Ida stood up, chuckling silently as he made his way to the from, and it's only then that the class exploded. Present MIC. Sensei, are you serious? Present MIC. Sensei, you ruined my whole plan. Wait, present MIC. Ida tried to quieten them down, while Mr. Aizawa just slipped into his sleeping bag, zipping it up as he lay down, but not before sending a subtle wink to his son. Hitoshi grinned back as his dad zipped up the rest of his sleeping bag. He took out a book and got to reading as his class all but exploded around him, ignoring every question and comment thrown his way as he smirked at the pages of his book, not caring that not a single word was registering in his mind. He just sat there and waited for the day to start, surrounded by his annoying as hell, nosy but classmates. Even over the ruckus happening all around, Hitoshi could tell that they still kinda seemed to like him. And no one was repulsed by him. And no one seemed afraid of him. It kinda felt like yesterday hadn't been a fluke. And man, that felt really DMN good. Class 2A didn't change. A week passed, and then 2, and then several more, and their attitude towards Hitoshi never changed. After a while, he stopped waiting for it to. He stopped waiting for the other shoe to drop. He stopped waiting for them to turn on him after one too many brainwashings during training. He stopped preparing himself to go back to being alone. Even after the news of him being the son of Eraserhead and present MIC, no one treated him any differently. Bar for the first few days when they tried to get inside information on their teachers on how to butter them up, and solid blackmail material. He quite literally ran away from those questions, because he was legit afraid that he might let something slip. He had learned his lesson about himself and secrets on that first day. Luckily, they stopped asking after one too many bolts out of the common room. The class didn't even get weirded out every time he slipped out and called Aizawa dad in class, or Yamada Papa during English. No, instead, these gremlins joined him. It had started with Midoriya sending a thanks dad Aizawa's way after he was fished out of the flood area of the USJ. Aizawa had accidentally dropped the boy back in, much to Bakugu's joy if the loud cackling was anything to go by. Midoriya had apologized profusely, but Hitoshi had to hide a grin when he noticed his dad's flushed face. Of course his classmates, like the demon children they were, followed suit, calling Aizawa dad at every opportunity. Until their tired teacher stopped trying to get them to stop, and eventually answering to dad more than he did to sensei. Except from Ida, who opted to call him dad sensei. Out of respect, he said. MIC, however, thrived in being Class A's papa. He had basically squealed everyone's ears off when Kaminari had sent him at CY later Papa MIC. Unlike his husband, who had just given in eventually, MIC demanded that Kaminari never call him anything else. And of course, his class followed suit. Every day, Shinsou was learning new things about his classmates. And there sure was a lot to learn. Like the whole situation with Midoriya and Bakugu. Their relationship was so strange it caused Shinsou actual whiplash. He thought it was because he was just new to the class, but when he asked anyone else to explain it to them, they were just as clueless and confused as he was. There were times when Bakugu seemed to hate the world and everyone in it. At those times, everyone did their best to stay out of his way. Except for his boyfriend and Midoriya. And sometimes Kaminari, but that was less bravery and more him not understanding that he was putting himself in danger. Midoriya had taken to the sky with a screaming Bakugu several times already, and the two always returned either flying back after an actual conversation, or limping into the dorms after what seemed like a death match. No one ever knew which it would be until they returned. Todoroki and Kirishima had developed a sort of kinship. A brotherhood of sorts, where they would get together often and complain about their respective, reckless significant others. Or in Todoroki's case, we're just friends, that's it, I don't know what you're talking about, I don't feel anything else for him at all, you are obviously mistaken. And even if I did, which I do not, it's not like he would ever feel the same anyway, which doesn't even bother me because it's not like I feel anything either. Hirozu was often the victim of all of Todoroki's bullshit when it came to Midoriya. Mainly because she sat next to him in class and had a front row seat to his longing stares at the boy a couple of rows in front of them. She always shook her head at the two-toned boy, judging his obliviousness. Not that she had much room to talk. Jiru tried so hard, Hitoshi legitimately felt bad for her. Every advance she made towards Momo, as she liked to be called, was misinterpreted as friendly compliments. Just girls being girls. Calling each other pretty and looking at each other's clothes and admiring each other's intelligence and having nightly sleepovers. And giving each other mixtapes and writing each other poetry and sleeping on each other's laps. Shinsou felt sorry for lesbians sometimes. It must be pretty hard to flirt so hard and have it be mistaken for friendliness. Or maybe Momo just wasn't a genius at everything. It seemed that she was pretty amazing at everything else, though. Every class assignment or test ranking returned with her at the very top. With no exception, ever. The class rankings were actually pretty predictable by the time they received their third tests. Momo and Ida would always be at the top, with Bakugo coming in third, except for the few times Midoriya would overtake him. When that happened, the blonde would spend a significant amount of time in an empty classroom by himself, letting out his frustrations with deafening explosions. Another constant in the class rankings was that at places 19 and 20, it would always be Ashido Mina and Kaminari Denki. Shinsou hated to say this, but he wasn't especially surprised by this. With all the time he had spent with Denki, Hitoshi noticed that so much of what came out of his mouth was pure nonsense. The things he said sometimes made Hitoshi's brain short-circuit for a second or two before he could find a way to reply without making Denki aware that he was being a dumbass. Because it was a no-brainer, Kaminari Denki could be a real dumbass. And Hitoshi loved it, didn't really mind it. Today was no exception. They were having a biology lesson with Vlad King. It was nothing special, just the basic stages of evolution. And then Denki. Wait, sensei. Kaminari's hand shot up with all the confidence in the world. If the Homo sapiens were in fact Homo sapiens, is that why they are extinct? It had taken Hitoshi a moment to register what he had just said, and he turned to stare at the boy. Waiting for him to laugh at his own joke. To grin and say psych. Something. Anything. But no, he just looked at Vlad with open curiosity, waiting to see if he was right. Bakugo slammed his head to the table and refused to come back up, and Momo let out a quiet whimper behind Hitoshi. The rest of the class let out little sighs and shakes of their heads, with Shiro and Kirishima being the exception as they shook, laughing silently into their hands. Other than that, no one looked all too surprised at the question, and it's only then that Shinsou realized that he was completely serious. Vlad King looked at Denki for a long time before blinking. Kaminari, he said slowly, Homo sapiens are people. Denki threw his hands up. Hey, I'm not judging, he insisted, just asking. Kirishima accidentally let out a snort and disguised it as a cough, fooling absolutely no one. Hitoshi shook his head in disbelief. No way, he couldn't actually be saying this. Bakugo seemed to be having a seizure on his desk, and Hitoshi had to let his face fall into his hands. No effing way. Vlad tried to move on, not knowing what to say anymore, only for Ashido to stop him. Wait, no, so is Denki right or nah? Shiro had to leave the classroom then, and Vlad didn't try to stop him. At the end of the school day, Denki made himself comfortable on Shinsou's back and the two made their way to the dorms. After that first time, he had decided that riding on Shinsou's back was now going to be a regular thing. Shinsou complained every day, assuring him that, this is the last time, Denki, I swear. But then the next day would come and Denki would do that stupid thing with his eyes, and then Hitoshi had no power anymore. It was through no fault of his that he couldn't say no. It was that loud blonde curse thing that his dad had warned him about. He had no control over the matter. He tried to explain it to Asui, damn it. Zu, when she saw him walk into the common room with Denki on his back for the umpteenth time in weeks. Denki waved goodbye and went up to his room while Hitoshi collapsed on the couch, stretching his neck. If you're tired, just tell him no. Zu suggested. It's not that simple. Shinsou shook his head. Asui raised an eyebrow, waiting for him to elaborate. Whenever I say no, he explained, he does this thing with his eyes, and then I have no choice. Zu frowned. You mean, he looks at you? Hitoshi nodded. It's lethal. The frog girl let out a sigh and a little smile. Oh dear. You've been trapped by a sunshine boy, ribbit. Hitoshi frowned at her, blinking. Excuse me, a what? Well, Class 2A has 3 resident sunshine boys, she smiled, Izuku, Aizuru and Denki. Hitoshi didn't need any more explanation, that made perfect sense. He nodded for Zu to continue. Well, it seems to be running theme in this class that someone gets trapped by a sunshine boy at some point, she explained. Bakugo and Todoroki were the original victims. Although Todoroki is still coming to terms with his own feelings. Bakugo, however reluctant, was pretty quick to accept the fact that Kirishima had him wrapped around his little finger. Not that Kirishima even realizes that though. He's too sunshiny to think he has any kind of control, ribbit. Hitoshi nodded. Anyone with eyes could see who was in charge in that relationship. Except the people in the relationship, of course. And then Todoroki's been enamored with Izuku since the sports festival, Asui continued, which, can you blame him? I'm pretty sure it's impossible not to immediately fall for someone once they break all their fingers multiple times for you after you've had one conversation, ribbit. It's taking longer for him to come to terms with his feelings though, being all emotionally constipated and stuff. But even he can't hide that he's in love with Midoriya, even if he refuses to say it. No one blames him though. I mean, it's Izuku. Hitoshi nodded. Absolutely understandable. And now, grinned Zu, it's you. What's me? Hitoshi frowned. You're trapped by a sunshine boy, she sighed, exasperated. Hitoshi scoffed. What? No. No, I'm not. Those situations are completely different. Bakugo and Todoroki are in love with those two. That's not how it is with me. Oh, Asui raised an eyebrow, giving him a suggestive look, okay. Hitoshi frowned at her. I mean it. So, I carry him to the dorms once in a while, that's it. It's not like I have a choice when he has that look. Zu's smile didn't change, okay. Still, Hitoshi's frown deepened. You can't say okay and still have that look on your face. It's not like that. Zu nodded, okay. Shinsou scoffed, shaking his head and standing up. You can't just go around making stuff up in your head, Zu. It's not like that. Zu's leer followed him as he stomped off. Okay, she said simply. Even as he waited for the elevator, and as he stomped inside, and as he waited for the doors to slide closed, Zu's smile stayed trained on him, like a creep, and he glared right back. He scoffed when the elevator finally started moving. Dumbass Frog had no idea what she was talking about. Later that night, when Hitoshi looked at the clock on his phone, he saw that it was way past 2 a.m., and he wasn't any closer to sleeping than he had been 4 hours ago. He rubbed at his face and sat up. He had been so tired today. He had hoped that his body would take the hint and release the melatonin. But then insomnia gave him a big fu, and now here he was. Shinsou rolled out of bed and put on his slippers, dragging his feet as he made his way out the door, not bothering to get a shirt to go with his sweatpants. He'd grab a glass of water and hope that that would help in some way. He trudged down the stairs, yawning and with hooded eyes. He was so tired that he almost missed the fact that one of the lights in the common room was on. He frowned at the table, where someone sat with their back to him and was surrounded by a bunch of books and scrunched-up papers. The person was bent over the desk, hands in their hair in what looked like a painful grip. Hitoshi frowned. Denki? Denki gasped and whipped around with wide eyes. Hitoshi! Hey! What are you doing here? I was just getting some water, he shrugged. What about you? Ah. Denki looked at the mess of notes and textbooks on the desk. Nothing, he said looking back up. Shinsou raised an eyebrow. Nothing? Kinda looks like you're studying. Denki's shoulders dropped. Yeah, guess I am. Don't tell anyone though, okay? I got a reputation over here. He grinned his signature smile, although Hitoshi noticed that it didn't quite meet his eyes. Are you okay? He had to ask. Denki's eyes widened and he nodded quickly. Yeah, of course. Just getting some work done, you know how it is. Hitoshi raised his eyebrows. You should go get your water. He gave him a small smile and then turned back to his books. A clear dismissal if Hitoshi ever saw one. With a nod he carried on towards the kitchen. A few minutes later, he returned with 2 cups of tea. Denki looked up in surprise when Hitoshi set one of them in front of him and then sat in the chair next to him. Denki took the cup and thanked him quietly. Hitoshi noticed that he was on the same page he had been when Hitoshi had gone to the kitchen. What are you working on? Maths, sighed Denki. I don't think I'm really getting it. His shoulders were slumped as he leaned back with his cup of tea. He looked real tired, with a downcast expression that Shinsou had never seen on him before. It was worrying to say the least. Yeah, ectoplasm can be kinda hard to understand. Denki scoffed. That's not the problem, I'm just stupid. Hitoshi was shaking his head immediately. You're not stupid, Denki. Kaminari's lip quirked up. That's sweet, but come on. Let's be real. You're not. Denki finally looked at him with narrowed eyes. Hitoshi, I didn't know that Homo sapiens were people. And now you do, he shrugged. We all learn things at different times, it's no big deal. Denki just scoffed, clearly not believing him at all. I thought Yorozu and Ida held a study session today. Shinsou spoke up after a while. Yeah, I went to it, but I guess those don't help me much. Hitoshi thought for a while, knowing that if he said the wrong thing, Denki would probably clam up and send him away again. He really didn't want that to happen. Do you know why? Denki pouted into his tea, eyes downcast. He didn't say anything for a while, and Hitoshi just waited. Denki finally let out a long sigh. They all just move so fast. He threw his hands up, not noticing that he was spilling most of his tea. People call out answers when I'm not even halfway through my questions, and I can't ask them all to wait for my slow but all the time. And even if I do, they keep joking about how I'm stupid, except it's not really a joke because I really am stupid, and it doesn't really help that everyone keeps bringing it up. He swiped at his nose and Hitoshi slid his own cup of tea towards him. And then they move on to the next section, and I try so hard to catch up, but I never can, so I start panicking and then I just leave, which makes everyone think I just don't care or I'm not trying, except I really am. He absent-mindedly took the second cup in front of him. I always study by myself at night, except studying in my room is hard cause there's a bed in there and I get sleepy. So tonight I came down here, but that didn't help either cause how can I study something I don't understand in the first place? And I end up really tired and just as stupid as before, and then I end up falling asleep in class, which makes the teachers think I'm not trying to. And I can't tell them that I am, because what's even more embarrassing than being as stupid as me is actually trying really hard and still being stupid. Kaminari dash. And my ADHD's been acting up more than usual, so concentrating on anything is doubly hard. And Ojiru's tail helps give me something to play with in class, but he's gonna get tired of me eventually and tell me to F off dash. Kaminari dash. And I barely passed the written exams last year, and this year's gonna be even tougher, but I'm not getting any smarter, which means I'm almost definitely gonna fail and get kicked out of school, and then I'll never be a hero and dash. Denki. Shinsou gripped his shoulder. Denki, come on, that's not true. It is. He looked into the tea as his voice cracked. It's totally true and everyone knows it. I'm gonna have to disagree with you there. Hitoshi told him. Cause first of all, you're not stupid. I mean that. You passed the same exams as everyone else to get into this course. And then again to pass first year. It's not unheard of to struggle with some stuff, you know. And the fact that you've been struggling alone this whole time and still made it this far just goes to show that you're far from stupid, okay? Denki looked up at Hitoshi through damp, blonde eyelashes, and Hitoshi had to fight to keep the hand on his shoulder steady. You think so? Absolutely, he nodded. I'm not a very nice person, I wouldn't just say that it weren't true. Denki snorted. Shut up, you're hella nice. Shinsou managed to let out a little smile, glad that he had almost pulled a laugh out of him. Denki sniffed, rubbing at his nose and setting down the almost empty cup of tea. Thanks, Hitoshi, he sighed softly. Sorry for dumping all that on you. Guess you just caught me at a bad time. I'm not usually like this. Everyone needs to vent once in a while. Hitoshi nudged him. Don't worry about it. The two sat there in silence for a while, before Hitoshi spoke up again. You know, I'm pretty good at math. Denki narrowed his eyes at him. Well, there's no need to show off. Shinsou scoffed. I'm not. I'm saying that I could help you out. If you want. Denki's eyes widened with hope, and then fell again, and he sighed. I can't make you stay up with me. You should really go to sleep now anyway. Shinsou raised an eyebrow. I don't sleep, Denki. In case these ugly eye bags didn't give it away. Denki scoffed. Shut up, your eye bags are sexy as hell and you know it. Both boys' eyes widened a little at that, and Denki groaned. I said that out loud, didn't I? Hitoshi found himself chuckling as he shook his head. Denki all but beamed. Hey, I made you laugh. He grinned, sounding proud. I've never heard you laugh before. Yeah, don't get used to it. He rolled his eyes. Now, should we do this? Denki nodded. If you really don't mind. I don't, he assured him, and pulled his chair closer to the table as he looked over the book in front of Denki. He then heard a cleared throat, and he looked to see Denki looking at him with wide eyes. You mean right now? Hitoshi blinked. Well, yeah. Unless you want to go to sleep. We can always start tomorrow. No, it's just. You're not wearing a shirt, he mumbled. Hitoshi looked down, remembering, right? Yeah. I didn't really think anyone else would be down here. But I can go get one if you're uncomfortable. No. Denki waved his arms. No, it's not that. I'm completely fine with it, it's just. Won't you get cold? Denki's cheeks were flushed, probably from the chill he was feeling. And although Hitoshi wasn't feeling it, it was sweet of him to worry. I'll be fine, don't worry. If you're fine, that's it. Yeah, fine. It's fine. I'm fine. Denki smiled a wobbly smile. Well, let's get to it. And so they did. Getting past the initial awkwardness on both sides, the two hunkered down and got through the day's assigned math homework. Shinsou did have to go back and explain the section, and explain which section they were on. And explain what calculus was. But as Hitoshi had predicted, after very detailed explanations, a lot of patience, and 4 more cups of tea, Denki managed to finish all the problems by himself, getting most of them correct. When Hitoshi showed him the mark he'd written at the top of the page, Denki's grin was radiant. Hell yeah, he punched the air. Well, look who's not that stupid anymore. Take that calculus, you ain't shit. Hitoshi couldn't help but smile at his joy, and he leaned back in his chair. You were never stupid, Denki, he reminded him. He turned his grin to Hitoshi, and the next thing he knew, Denki lunged forward, and had him trapped in a hug. Hitoshi's chair toppled dangerously, and he let out an embarrassing yelp as his arms flailed out. Denki quickly let go and held onto the chair, steadying it before Hitoshi could fall. Whoops, he grinned at him again, my bad. He let go of the chair and turned to his books, gathering everything up, and making sure to put the worksheet with the good marks safely inside his textbook. As he packed, he didn't notice the wide-eyed look staring at the back of his head. Hitoshi hadn't quite recovered from that 1 second long hug. It was only a second long. He was there and then gone, because of his stupid weak chair. He hadn't even had the chance to return the hug. That was rude of him. It was rude to get hugged and not return it. So he should probably hug him again, right? So as not to be rude, and stuff. Right? Right. Now, how exactly was he to go about that? Hitoshi had never hugged anyone before. Besides his dad's and his sister, of course. But this hug was different. Not because it was specifically Denki or anything. No, just that it was someone outside of his family, so that was a big deal. It had nothing to do with wanting to hug Denki, specifically or anything. No. He just didn't want to be rude. But before Hitoshi could think of a logical way to reinitiate an interrupted hug, Denki was all packed and ready to go to bed. Well, come on, we can get in at least 2 hours of sleep before we gotta be up for school, he told Hitoshi as he stood up. You go ahead, I'm gonna wash up these cups. All right. Here, I'll help. No, Denki, go to sleep, he shooed him, you can get the cups tomorrow. Denki smiled, so you'll help me tomorrow too? I'm your personal tutor now, there's no getting rid of me, smirked Hitoshi. Both my parents are teachers, after all. Right, Denki grinned, which just means I'm bound to get an A at least once this year, right? We'll try to make it more than once, nodded Hitoshi. I think you have a bit too much faith in me, Toshi, he sighed. Shinsou tired not to short-circuit at that nickname alone. Tell you what. When you get 2 A's, on whichever subjects, I'll make you dinner. Denki beamed. Deal. I'm gonna kick the hell out of all those tests, just you watch. I don't doubt it, the purple-haired boy nodded, and Denki slung his bag over his shoulder. So what's your favorite dish then? Asked Hitoshi, not really wanting the conversation to end. My favorite dish? Asked Denki. Hitoshi nodded, and Denki looked up as he thought for a second. I guess I like mugs, he nodded. Hitoshi blinked a few times. Mugs? Denki nodded. Yeah, I mean, they're like really comfortable in your hand. And they hold hot things, like soup or coffee, so you don't have to touch them, you know. Hitoshi took a moment to process, and then just pulled his lips into his mouth and nodded. Okay. Denki smiled and then waved his goodbye. Good night, Toshi, thanks a lot, bro. Try get some sleep, okay? I'll do my best, he smiled after him. Denki got into the elevator, and it went up with him. 20 seconds later, Hitoshi hadn't moved from his seat, and then he heard the elevator ding again. It opened up to show a slumped-over Denki. You were talking about my favorite food, weren't you? Hitoshi nodded apologetically. Yeah. And I said mugs? Yep. Denki hung his head and sighed. He pressed the elevator button without a word, letting the doors slide shut in front of him. A minute later the power went out in the whole dorm, and Hitoshi grinned. Kaminari Denki wasn't stupid. But he sure was still a dumbass.